So hold this there so everybody can hear.
one more.
Book? Yeah, it's here.
Anyone have a prayer book? Page 3.
We take refuge in the kind road Lama, in lineage Lamas. We take refuge in the... You have to say the prayer together with me. Page 3, sorry. Oh, no, sorry. I'm sorry. It's, alright, page 3, sorry. All mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and omniscience, may they experience happiness, be separated from suffering, and safely I will establish them in the state of unsurpassed, perfect, complete, and precious Buddhahood. All mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and omniscience, may they experience happiness, be separated from suffering, and swiftly I will establish them in the state of unsurpassed, perfect, complete, and precious Buddhahood. All mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstruct others on me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and omniscience, may they experience happiness, be separated from suffering, and swiftly I will establish them in the state of unsurpassed, perfect, and complete, and precious Buddhahood. Thus, until I achieve enlightenment, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. Until death, I perform virtuous deeds with body, and mind. From now until this time tomorrow, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. We take refuge in the kind root Lama in lineage masters. We take refuge in the deities of the Mandalas of the Edom. We take refuge in all exalted Buddhas. We take refuge We take refuge in excellent order of the Sangha. We take refuge in all the noble Darkinis, Dharma guardians, possessors of the eyes of wisdom. We take refuge in the kind root Lama in lineage Lamas. Refuge in the deities of the Mandala of the Idams. We take refuge in the perfect Dharma. We take refuge in excellent order of the Sangha. We take refuge in all the noble Darkinis and Dharma guardians, possessors of the eye of wisdom. We take refuge in the kind truth Lama and we take refuge in the deities of the Mandalas of the Idam. We take refuge in all the exalted Buddha. We take refuge in a perfect Dharma. We take refuge in the excellent order of the Sangha. We take refuge in all the noble Darkinis, Dharma guardians and possessors of the eye of wisdom. In the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, and I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and so forth, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. In the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, and more, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and so forth, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. 7. I bow down respect. Oh, no. We'll just do it quickly. So, page 10. Whatever merit I have gathered through prostrations, offerings, confession, rejoicing, beseeching, and praying for the sake of the enlightened of sentient beings, all these I dedicate. Good morning, everybody. So today there won't be much of an introduction, because otherwise I won't be able to, I'm not sure if I'm going to finish until the 5th chapter, and we need to thank God that this is informal, otherwise we won't be able to finish the text properly, but this is an informal teaching. Ideally, in the Tibetan tradition, probably, because you might not have really had the experience of listening to a traditional teaching, because you didn't really have that opportunity in the past. So maybe I'll explain how usually in a traditional teaching it is done. A traditional and the actual teachings are concerned, the preliminaries for us ordinary beings are more important than the actual teaching. What we mean by this is the preliminaries encompasses taking refuge, generating the mind of bodhicitta, and generating or accumulation of merit and purification of negativities, particularly through the practice of the 7 limb practices. The reason is, if Dhamma is that easy, why won't everybody embrace it? It takes something for people to value Dhamma, appreciate it. It doesn't come even if you are very intelligent. It needs the blessings of supreme fields of merits, the Buddhas, the Bodhisattvas, your Lamas, and the deities, and so forth. For example, if you want to grow a plant, what do? Do you just throw the seed like that? Of course you need the seed. That is essential. By the same that obstruct the growth of the plant, then you clear away the weeds, right? Because they will obstruct the growth of the seed. So clearing away the weeds is similar to purifying your negativities, purifying your negative karmas or even sins. Or I'm using the sin because some people feel uncomfortable with the word sin. Even though it's the same word in English that existed much earlier, the word does not necessarily need to resonate the understanding that sin has in other tradition. Sin, the word sin, could mean differently in Buddhist tradition. It doesn't matter. So sometimes you have stigmas and people really limit the words, and then it's difficult. So I'm using that purposely. So purification of sins is important. It's almost like eliminating all the obstructions for the proper growth of the plants. Likewise, you need the elimination of obstruction for the proper growth of realizations within you, or at least faith and Dhamma within you, appreciation for the Dhamma within you. So, eliminating the unconducive, obstructive forces that's needed. Now again, is it enough just to clean the environment of, or the place of weeds, the garden, or the pot of weeds, and throw the seed? Is that enough? No. You need to nourish it properly with proper soil, fertilizer, expose it to the sunlight, put proper amount of water on a daily basis, and then what happens is, even if you pray that this seed may never grow, it will grow. Dharmakirti, one of the Indian masters, Narendra masters, said, if all the conditions are there, proper, for the growth of something, of the result, what would stop the result from arising? So if all the proper conditions are there, they will ripen. Realizations in us are not ripening. Appreciation for us, for the Dhamma, are not happening because we do not accumulate the right conditions. We do not overcome the obstructions. Therefore, we don't really appreciate the Dhamma that much. But comparatively, we do appreciate. But is it strong enough? It's a bit uncomfortable. So, in the words of the Gelug Lamrim tradition, we say, "Gegin tripa jomba, tungyun so saba, milim minang jomba." Gegin tripa jomba means getting rid of the obscurations that are impediment to the generation of realizations within you. Gegin tripa jomba. Tungyun so saba means accumulating merit that act as conditions for the proper growth of realizations within you. Nilim Minanjo means the substantial cause, the actual cause of practicing the paths, practicing through meditation. So you need all these three for the proper growth of realizations within you. So for the meditation part, we are not rabbits that just closes their eye and stay still. That is not meditation. Neither is meditation done with your eyes. You only use your eye to get a clear picture of or image of the object of meditation, meditation, and then mentally keep the image and focus there. Remain oblivious to anything that appears to your senses and focus there. Imagine somebody you really love. Okay? I'm sure as social animals or as humans, we all have somebody we love, we like, we appreciate. So form their image in your mind, remember them, and then keep the image in your mind. Initially you might close your eyes to do that, but in the long run it's better not to close your eye, because if you do that, you'll fall asleep. So keeping your eye intact, but remain oblivious. But if you miss somebody so much, you can do that, right? You can do that. And something passes in front of your eyes, doesn't matter. It will not impact you. And sometimes you are absorbed so much into something that you totally remain oblivious to things that happens around you, right? So that is the force of the mind. So you do that meditation. To do that kind of meditation, what you need is an understanding of what to meditate on, proper understanding of what to meditate on. Meditation usually of two kinds: contemplative meditation, contemplative or analytical meditation, and single-pointed meditation. When we do meditation on compassion, it's not single-pointed meditation. When we do meditation on renunciation, thinking of the negativities associated with samsara, we do need to consider so many things, the defects of samsara, so contemplating, the pros and cons associated with samsara, so a lot of contemplation. So, contemplative or analytical meditation. Same thing with dependent origination as a reason for emptiness, where everything is dependently originated, how they are dependently originated, and then drawing the inference that because things are dependently originated, they are empty. Once you have the concrete understanding of emptiness, then you focus on emptiness, and without being distracted, single-pointedly focus on emptiness and let your mind stay in that state without being distracted. So that, if you prolong that experience without distraction, the single-pointed focus on something, prolonging it without losing the quality of the mind, the freshness of the mind, without losing the focus of the mind. Same focus. That is meditation. That is single-pointed meditation. So you need the combination of both of these. So because of that, preliminaries encompasses purifying your negativities, accumulating the merits, requesting the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, your lamas, or the sublime beings, do bless your mental stream so that you are able to appreciate the teachings, grasp the meaning of the text properly. But then, do we really have time for that? We don't really have time for that, so we have to just rush through the preliminaries. Ideally, when I was younger, like in my 20s, I used to receive teachings from His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and the teachings used to last for 2 weeks at least, beginning from 8 a.m. in the morning until 12. There will be tea break in between. Then from 1:30 until 5 or 6 for 10 days, 14 days. There were times when His Holiness even taught for months. So at that time, we used to chant slowly with tune the supplications to the lineage masters, the generation of bodhicitta, all those things. Sometimes because now we are trying to cope with the fast-moving world in the 21st century, and so there are some, because of limited time, we try to do what is more important in a way, and the content of the text are important. These need to be taught, and so we have to rush through the preliminaries. But ideally, in your own practice, never ever think that because you are intelligent, because you have succeeded in worldly studies, that you will succeed in Dhamma study without proper accumulation of merit and purification of negativity. So, for beginners, these two are more important than the actual meditation itself. Alright? So, Mando, the preliminary practices, counting more than 100,000 mandala, recitation of Vajrasattva's mantras, all these are needed. Alright? So when your mind is properly conditioned, saturated or mature enough, then you will truly appreciate the teaching. Alright? So this is important, you should know this. Then as far as the actual practice of Dhamma is concerned, now you need some structure of the Dhamma. Before building this hall, you need to have an idea what it's going to be like. So you need a structure, at least in your mind. And you also need the pillars, the beam, without which this hall would not stand. So these are similar to having philosophical views. When we teach philosophy, we are ascertaining certain realities that are not easily understandable to us, but for which reasoning is needed. That is philosophy. Philosophy is not a hypothesis that can never be proven. This is not Buddhist philosophy. I don't know about other philosophies, but as far as Buddhist philosophy is concerned, we start from things that we see as the foundation to support realities or to draw inferences about realities that are slightly obscured. When you see smoke in a distance, what do you infer? Fire. Why? Because smoke is the result of fire, and if you have fire, then even if you cannot see smoke with your bare eyes, you can infer smoke, and also fire. And if you really go there, or at that moment, nowadays we have cell phone, you call somebody, go over there and see if there's fire, because I can see smoke. They will. If it's a real smoke, okay, you will see fire there. So that's inference. So starting for that, to draw an inference, we need fire, we need smoke, we need to know the relation between fire and smoke, the relation that smoke is always produced from fire. That there is no guarantee that if there is fire, that there will be smoke. But it's for certain that if there is smoke, it has to be associated with a fire. So you don't infer smoke from fire, but fire from smoke. When the cause is there, it does not necessarily need to have a result at that time. But when the result is there, without being preceded by a cause, the result will never come. So the question of tracing your parents through your DNA, similar. Alright, so that is philosophy, based on tangible reality that you can see. Then infer those realities that you cannot see with your senses, but that which you can infer and mentally apprehend. That is also, but the the reason has to be very valid. From invalid reasoning, you cannot get a valid answer. All right, so that is philosophy. So therefore, contemplative meditation or analytical meditation is important. You cannot simply think, oh, I'm meditating on emptiness and blank out. Or keep your mind blank and stay still. What good is that for your emotion? For the moment, it's almost like tranquilizer, because you have stopped the flow of emotions, you feel a relief. Once you get out of that, the same thing, the same apprehension. So, not much use. Ideally, philosophical view, particularly of emptiness, should be able to minimize the impact of ignorance, which thereby minimizes the impact of other delusions. So delusions should subside. To see whether your view is proper, you have to see if it helps in reducing your delusions. On the contrary, you might think, oh, I'm practicing the highest yoga tantra. I'm practicing illusory body. I'm practicing clear light. I'm practicing Mahamudra, the great perfection of Dzogchen. But practically, if somebody says go to hell, you cannot even stand that word. That means mental speculation, exaggeration is there. At the root of it is grasping at an independent self, promoting yourself. So if you're not really learned in proper philosophy, and if you know some words of the Dharma, you might become a teacher. For the others, there may be some benefit, but for you, sometimes I would say it would be like an ego promotion campaign. Promoting your ego because others respect you, others are grateful for the teachings that they receive from you, others are benefiting, but you are not really benefiting because you are boosting your ego. What good is there in standing on a wooden throne when you mentally don't really have anything there? No compassion, no view of emptiness, no single-pointedness. Even if there are some insects on your body, when you climb on the throne, they will also be on the throne. There's nothing great in sitting on a high throne and acting sanctimoniously if deep within you don't really have that realization. But if you have realization, you will feel so good at being humble. Because you don't really grasp at an independent self. You know it's not there. Self is there. Independent self doesn't exist. You know that experientially. And you feel stupid trying to listen to your mind that grasp at an independent I in promoting ego. No, you feel humble. And then when you see that from that ignorance arises attachment, anger, then you know that these negative emotions have no solid foundation. They grow from ignorance, which has no basis in reality. If you have a mathematical formula that is wrong from the beginning, no matter how much you work to get the solution, you will never get the proper solution. It's almost like that. Ignorance is like the wrong mathematical formula. So to get to that, you need to study emptiness, systematic steps towards emptiness. All right? Once you really get that, then compassion becomes easy. You know, the difficulty in us practicing unconditional compassion for others is because we feel our own personal interests are compromised. We feel that everybody would say, oh, if I'm too compassionate on others, what of me? We feel we are going to lose more than gain by being compassionate. We also feel we are going to lose more by practicing than gain. So we know, it's a good balance, you know. Do the worldly thing because there's more to get there. But at the same time, also need some piece of dharma. So, because we feel that dharma does not fulfill all your aspirations. So that means your understanding of Dharma is limited. Dharma means so they are restrained within you, and also you back away from practicing, dedicating, submitting yourself towards Dharma practice properly, because you have all this fear. As you study more, as you gain experience, these fears will slowly subside. You will feel more comfortable. And when you know that these delusions actually arise more from exaggeration than reality, then you will come to realize that I was so wrong. I'll give you an example. How delusions arises from grasping it as an independent self and labeling that object as mine and then exaggerating reality. For example, nowadays I don't have iPhone, but we all have smartphones, right? Let's say, what is the latest version of iPhone? 11 Pro. Okay. So now you want, because you have maybe not the latest version, and you're excited when you see your friends having the 11 Pro, so you see something great in having that, irrespective of whether it's costly or not. So you go to the shop, okay? And in the shop, there are hundreds of 11 Pro. Then you have your own idea of what you want, what color you want. And then you choose one. And as you point to your desired cell phone, the shopkeeper goes there, tries to grab it, and due to some kind of because he was shaky in a rush, he somehow accidentally drops another 11 Pro on the ground. Now, sense of loss that he feels and the sense of loss that you feel a sense of loss because you are attached to iPhone. But he feels more loss because to him that's his cell phone, that's his object. So he feels a sense of great loss because mine. But you do not relate to that cell phone as mine. So you don't feel that loss, right? That great a loss. Okay, once you get it, pay for it, and the next day you meet another friend who also have iPhone 11 Pro. My color is better. And then, well, same amount of money that you paid, bought simultaneously. So ideally, no real difference. But you might think, I have more materials in this. And this color is greater. And deep inside your mind, you also wish that the technology inside is stronger than this one. And so you still favor your cell phone. Why? The company has, I hope so, use the same kind of materials for both, same technology, so same kind of performance. But in your mind, yourself is more precious because you attribute the label mine. The moment you designate something as mine and then holding on to independent I, then all the problem arises. Now, I can be frank about that, that's reality. When you're in a relationship, initially you find somebody attractive, even if they are so attractive, so long as you do not designate the label mine. You appreciate the beauty, that's all. You don't really feel such a great loss when somebody whose physical appearance you appreciate so much dies. But what happens if you label somebody with attraction, physical attraction, as mine? You feel devastated, even if something small happens to that person. The same person, after spending time with them for several months or in a relationship, whatever, and then you somehow disassociate with yourself from the label mine because the person has somehow cheated on you. So, mine. Now you are not really labeling the person as mine, or even if you are labeling, not so strongly. So if something happens to the same person and the attraction of the person hasn't really changed at all, you don't really feel that much. So that means deep inside, think of an independent I and mine. In classical texts, we say these are views grasping at perishable collection, 5 aggregates as the basis for an independent I, grasping at an independent I which is imputed on the basis of the 5 aggregates that we have. So, view of perishable collection. So, 2 kinds of views of perishable collection. One is grasping at an independent I, and one is grasping at independent mind. These 2. They form the root of our delusions. Once you see that such an independent I doesn't exist, even if naturally a thought that I occurs in you, you remind yourself from one side of the mind that it's not there, it is not there. And if you have that kind of awareness, as you live your life through all the experiences, you feel much lighter. Your reaction towards things are not that bad. Whatever bad circumstances there are, they do not negatively influence you. So it's important. It says, or something like that. So these morning sun-like view of bodhicitta and emptiness, even if it takes eons for one to practice, it's worth it. Because ultimately Dharma is all about removing your delusions from the root, ensuring that you completely eliminate them. That doesn't mean you are compromising your own personal interests, because right now we are so kind of attached to our small world, small pleasure. It's almost like small kids playing by the shore, seashore, and then they are sands and they make small houses there, and in their mind these houses are everything that they have. And when you destroy them, they feel devastated, because in their small world, that is everything. So in our small world, we are so attached to some small pleasures here and there that we don't see the bigger picture, the bigger promise of enlightenment, the bigger promise of liberation. So Dharma practice is difficult for us. Once you see, as you study and through experience, then your confidence in Dharma grows. And as your confidence in Dharma grows, how it actually positively impacts is understood properly, then your appreciation for the Buddha will naturally arise. So faith, that kind of faith, is what we can now generate in this 21st century. There was a time when people had good karma to see the magical feats of your spiritual masters. Yogis flying from here and there, yogis with impeccable clairvoyance, impeccable ability to cure people of their diseases. All those things were there in the past. Now, in 21st century, even if there are there, quite hidden. And you see people using endorsement, or this was recognized as reincarnation, this by that Lama. And so that is an endorsement. But on the throne, they have not much to teach. And then, as far as actions are concerned, exploiting others. If they are women, again exploiting them. If they are rich people, again exploiting them. And then also, what they do is just to boost the ego. For the time being, they might have some money, they might feel some upliftment, feel great, but in the long run, they are destroying themselves. There's nothing good in them. So, Zabakole sungene Zabachun Tingi Sanje Tele Sanje Jereche. Tingi Kenam Tele Sanje Jereche in the praise of Tibetan origination, Tsongka says, of all the deeds or activities of the Buddha, the deeds of speech are the most important ones. Therefore, scholars remember the Buddhas through their speech, through their teachings. The genuine teacher should be able to give you impeccable teaching and embody the teaching within them. That is important. So nowadays, in this 21st century, that is the basis. One should receive genuine teaching from the teachers, and you implement them, you practice them, you persevere in them. And what happens is you see the result within yourself, and then you really feel grateful that the teacher taught you this and that. And then faith naturally grows. And that kind of faith is very strong, indefatigable. So that is how we have to go, because now we don't have that access to seeing lamas performing great feats, flying in the sky, producing magical illusion. I know. Personally, I'm grateful that I have seen my own teacher displaying impeccable clairvoyance in front of me multiple times. And probably, if you have good faith, you might also have such experience, but these are just limited, very limited. So in this 21st century, that is the way to go. To study Buddha's teaching properly, and if the teacher is genuine, then the teachings will really help you. And you will feel grateful that you have this kind of teacher there. And then that's how, initially, because this teaching came from Buddha Shakyamuni and the successive Indian and Tibetan lineage masters, and also masters of other traditions like Korean, Vietnamese. These people, these great masters have kept the teachings alive until now. So you really feel grateful that they are there. And you also wish that they will be there in future, even long after your death. So contributing to Dhamma, everything will naturally arise. So that's important. Now another thing is, how do I guarantee that my association with the Buddha, with the Buddhas, with the Buddha Dhamma is sustained even in my future lifetimes? And if I really look at my actions, I have more delusions than positive actions. My compassion is limited. My view of emptiness is not matured enough. So what is the guarantee that what is an easy guarantee that will ensure that I will be associated with the Buddha's teachings and be led by impeccable masters? So that is refuge. Although it says in the text that it needs impeccable discipline, complemented by sixth perfection, and then completed by strong aspiration for us to be reborn with precious human qualities. If you really look at the way we practice discipline, we are not really disciplined enough. We don't really commit ourselves that diligently to the teachings. So not much of there. Our practice of the six perfections also limited. So not much of there. Do we really fervently pray and dedicate to merit? Not that much. So almost hopeless. One of my teachers, a great yogi. So there was a time like 2002. So how many years back? 18 years back, when I was a young monk, and I had that kind of thought in my mind, what if I die very soon? I neither have good discipline, despite being a monk. I don't have the 6 perfections. I don't have that kind of dedication of my merit with such aspirations, strong aspirations. So there's no hope for me in my future life to have an impeccable human, precious human body to practice Dharma. So I had that doubt in my mind, and then Genlam Rinpa, another one from Tibet, Jambet, he was a great yogi in Dharamsala, being led by His Holiness the Dalai Lama himself. So he gave me this stanza from the first chapter, his own interpretation, and let's see. Is that true? Yeah, then I think it's the 5th. Amid the clusters of cloud in the darkness of night, first chapter, on first page, just as an instant flash of lightning brightly illuminates the sky, likewise, even if due to the powers of the Buddhas, for the worldly beings, the wisdom for which would arise very rarely. So he says, would arise very rarely, but will arise through the blessings of the Buddhas. Yes, the 5th. So there is hope there through the blessings of the Buddhas. And so when I look at the way my mind used to be, as far as delusions were concerned, I wasn't confident that I had good discipline in my past life to be born as a human, and neither was I confident that I had the 6 perfections, practices. No. Maybe some aspiration, some dedication when I was old in my past life, if I was a human. But through the sheer blessings of the Buddha, I thought this life could have been blessed. And so Genlam Rinpa told me, this is his interpretation, that despite our weak practices, there is still hope for us if we take refuge in the Buddhas. So this is a possibility. Makes it quite easy for you right now. Big relief for me, that was. I'm sure that's a big relief for you too. Right, where were we? No, yesterday. Okay. Okay, 16. This bodhicitta in brief should be known as having 2 aspects, the aspiration bodhicitta and engaging bodhicitta. So bodhi means Buddhahood, chit means mind. So bodhicitta means mind that aspires for enlightenment. The mind that aspires for enlightenment. So now you might say, I want to get enlightened because I don't want samsara. That is not bodhicitta. Alright. Bodhicitta means it should be enthused, triggered by impeccable compassion, spontaneous, natural compassion. Nowadays, sometimes people say, oh, the concept of enlightenment is great, and so I want enlightenment. I want gratification. I want relief from samsara. So I want to get enlightened. So if you have that kind of thought, there is nothing wrong with that, but that's not bodhicitta. Bodhicitta means you are not satisfied with your own personal liberation because you care for all the mother sentient beings. And because of that, you think, what is the best means for me to help them? Okay, if they are hungry, feeding them is one way to help. If they are sick, taking them to the doctors, to the hospitals, is another way to help. If they are poor, giving them financial assistance, that's one way to help. But how sustainable is that help? If you really love somebody so much, you wish that person never suffers, even for a moment, neither in this life, nor in the next life, nor in any of the future lifetimes. You just want the person to be happy forever. Alright? That is wisdom. Sometimes when your children, even if they have some allergies, if they want sweet, parents, out of love, just give the sweet. But it's going to negatively impact them. So you just want to ensure that it's good for now and in future. But if you have such clarity of mind, then you look for something more. And some parents don't know that their children will enjoy the sweet for the moment, but then the allergy would torture them for several days. And even if the poisonous honey tastes good, because it's poisonous, it's going to eventually kill the person. So you'll see the negative consequence of something which momentarily is sweet. So you refrain from giving that to the person out of wisdom. So, which one is wiser? Because the child needs it, even if there's allergy, giving it to the child, or making sure that the child does not eat it because of allergy, he's going to suffer more. You go for the second choice if you have wisdom. So, Dharma is all about wisdom. The short-term benefit as against the long-term benefit, and interest for now or for future, and how sustainable it is. We all speak of sustainable economy, right? So we should also speak of sustainability in samsara. How sustainable is samsara for us? Whether it's going to last forever or not. If something is not going to last forever, then there's no real benefit in being attached to that. So, seeing all things that samsara has to offer as really flimsy, ephemeral, and then aspiring for something greater, longer lasting, and eventually that never brings any kind of pain in for you, that is okay for you on a personal level. But if you only think for yourself, then that's, in a way, it's great, but not that great. But if you wish the same thing for your children, that's great. If you wish the same thing for your families, that's also great. But if you extend it further and wish it for all the entire sentient beings, that is the greatest thing. So, out of compassion, enthused by compassion, if you wish to lead them to perfect enlightenment, complete Buddhahood, and in order to do that, you see that it is important for yourself to get enlightened first. And then you enthused by compassion to lead others towards complete enlightenment. If you aspire for complete enlightenment for yourself, you're not really selfish. At the core of your aspiration, there is the interest of sentient beings there. So that is bodhicitta. Bodhicitta has to be complemented by two intentions. Personal intention for personal benefit, and intention to benefit the entire sentient beings. With the intention of personal benefit, ultimately you will accomplish Dhammakaya, the truth body. And with the intention to benefit other sentient beings, you actualize Rupakaya, form body. Because sentient beings will not be able to see your mind, neither the cessation within your mind. So you have to come in a form to help sentient beings. So complete Buddhahood is the accomplishment of one's and others' welfare. And because of that, you need two kinds of intention. Intention for one's own enlightenment, intention to lead others towards enlightenment, induced by compassion. So, at the heart of Bodhisattva is compassion. And to practice compassion, you need to have renunciation. If you're too occupied, too impressed by the pleasantries of this life, of samsara, then you won't aspire for greater. And so you won't aspire for liberation. And if you don't appreciate liberation for yourself, you won't be able to appreciate liberation for others. If you don't see that you are not that you are suffering in samsara, you won't see that others are suffering in samsara. So thinking of the negative, it is associated with delusion, with samsara, in relation to yourself, that is the practice of renunciation. If you relate that to others, that is the practice of compassion. But to practice compassion, what we need is it easier to practice compassion on your mother or your children, or on a neutral person or a stranger? Which is easier? Yeah, it's easier to practice compassion or love, affection towards somebody that you know, your own children, your own mother, or your own friend. They're easy, because there's a proximity there, the affinity or a feeling of closeness there associated. So in order to generate that feeling, you have to try to see, not try to see everybody as having been your mother. And you might think, so, and then if you know that as far as the beginning of consciousness is concerned, is beginningless. If consciousness is beginningless, then sentient beings as having one individual as you, Devi, as being my mother, in my successive lifetimes in the past, it's limitless. Because my own life, limitless. So if you look at all sentient beings, that they have been your mother for infinite lifetimes is also understandable. So then their kindness towards you as having been your mother. If you reflect on you through your understanding of the kindness of your mother in this life, and then relating that experience to all other sentient beings, then the affinity, the closeness is retained or is obtained. And once you do that, what happens is practicing compassion unto them. If you see that they have the nature of suffering, that they are not really happy, that they have delusion, and they have negative karmas, and they are entangled by delusion and karma in samsara, then the aspiration to liberate them will naturalize, because you feel close to them. So that needs practice. And contemplative meditation is necessary there. Right? For that, the concept of reincarnation is important. So reincarnation has to make complete sense to you. So now I'll explain why reincarnation makes sense. Do you see any flower growing here on my table? No. Right? So, if not, so anything that grows, what do you need? Seed. That is evident, right? For anything to grow, we need seed. So long something, a substantial cause that evolves itself when conditioned by cooperative causes. So nothing is born independently, or nothing is born from no causes. That's rule number first. That's rule number first. Secondly, you might think, all right, okay, they are born from causes and condition, but they could be born from permanent causes and condition. You might say that. People might think that. So created by permanent creator. Created from permanent causes and condition. Permanence means something that does not change. So if you really look at a possibility of permanent cause, if the cause is permanent, there is no mobility. If it's moving from this spatial dimension to the next, it's changing its spatial dimension and it's changing its shape, and to move it, it has to be moved by some force. To be impacted by force, it should have the nature of being impacted. So that means if it's not impermanent, if it's permanent, it can never be impacted by others, influenced by others. So causes and condition can never be permanent. So things are born from impermanent causes and condition. Try to move me without moving an inch. Can you do that? No. So that means if you're stagnant, you can't do anything. If you are immobile, you can't do anything. So movement also connotes impermanence. Impermanence means changing momentarily. Grosser changes we see, but to have grosser changes, if they are not subtler changes, you can't have grosser changes. To have $100 note, within it should have one, multiple $1, up until 100. Without one or number 1 or 2, you can't have 100. All these are added to make 100. So without 60 seconds, you can't have a minute. Without minute, 60 minutes, you can't have hours. If you see changes in a month, it's for sure that there are changes in a week. If you see changes in a week, it's sure that there are changes in a day. If you see changes in a day, it's sure that there are changes in hours. If you see changes in hours, it's sure that there are changes in minutes. And if you try to divide them into seconds, they also change. And so if you try, there's a possibility of dividing 1 second, they also change. So momentary changes means in the speed of a second, if it changes, that's momentary change. So in everything that is impermanent, then can be influenced or can influence others. And without influencing one another, nothing is produced. So for the production of result, we need impermanent causes and condition. Causes means substantial cause, something which evolves itself into another thing. Condition means cooperative forces like sunlight, water, air. They provide nourishment for the seed, which then will slowly transform itself into a seedling. And then we have what it's called a small plant, and a bigger plant, and trunk, and flowers, and finally fruits to eat. That's we know that kind of reality, when we relate it to physical thing, it works. The same thing can be applied to the mind. Things born from impermanent causes, conditions, rule number 2. Then, from the seed of a mango, can we have apple? Can we have apples from seed of mangoes? No. From the seeds of apple, can we have mango? Why? Why is that? Any scientist? No? Why? Because that's the law of nature. That's nature. So nature, you don't really, you only discover. You don't misinterpret it. You describe it as it is. So that's the law of nature. So because of that, things which are born should be born from causes with which they share similar kind of property or attribute. So then we have DNA. I'm Tibetan, and my parents are Tibetan. To see if my parents are my parents really, check my blood and their blood and see the similarity in the DNA. So, because the causes, when conditioned, they evolve to become something. Because of the force of condition, the causes, their nature, substantial nature change. But some properties are maintained, some similarities are maintained, so same trait. So causes, results are born from homogeneous causes and condition. No, it's not that everything is born from everything, no. There's kind of a rule there, the law of nature there. So they three things are not born from nothingness, things are born from impermanent causes condition, things are born from homogeneous causes condition. These three. Now you use them in determining the causes and conditions of your mind. Mind being non-physical cannot be. Now, mind is not independently born. In other words, minds are not born from nothingness. Rule number one. Minds are born from impermanent causes and condition. Two. Minds are born from homogeneous causes, not condition, causes. All right, just substantial causes. So three. So that means mind are not. Let's say there's a whole lot of debate on that, but for now, let's take it for granted that mind is non-physical. Because it's physical, the physical destruction will destroy the mind and there's no reincarnation, but there's ample evidence of reincarnation, even when the disease has long been cremated. So that means mind is not physical, so non-physical. Being non-physical, its own substantial cause has to be non-physical. So another mind. So your mind of today continues to become the mind of tomorrow and after tomorrow. You trace it backward, there's the reason for past life. You trace it forward, reason for future life. So when you have this concept of reincarnation, then limitless. Where is the beginning? It's very difficult to believe in a beginningless continuation of mind. But if there is a continuation, beginning of the mind, then we have to say mind is not either born from nothingness or born from some physical thing, not mind. And because of that, it's started as something new. As far as the continuity of the mind is concerned, there is no beginning. As far as continuation, as far as the mind within a particular span of time, we can say there's a beginning. For example, we don't have bodhicitta. We never had bodhicitta. Once you generate bodhicitta, that's the moment from which that particular mind has actually evolved or started. All right. So the concept of reincarnation is so important for the practice of bodhicitta. And once you have this concept of continuation of mind, you never feel helpless when you are not doing well in this life. When you are getting ready to go to next life, you just prepare, right? And this optimism. Otherwise, if your kind of concern is only limited to this life, then if you're not doing good in this life, you feel devastated. I've just wasted my life. You never feel optimistic. But if your understanding of reincarnation is there, then it's continuous streams of lifetimes, even after enlightenment. The mind continues. So that means you never feel helpless. For example, if you have a particular bad day in your life, do you feel that helpless? No. There will be brighter days. The sun will shine tomorrow. You say that. Likewise, if you see that life continues on and on, you never feel helpless. So optimism is always there. When I started out as a monk, I never thought that the Dharma would really give me peace of mind. That was never the intention. I only feared death. And I thought, okay, better to become a monk before I die. But as I studied Dharma, and it's impacted me, and I can see that I actually am able to control my emotion to some extent. And I'm enjoying it. And my peace of mind actually is quite good. And I never intended. But many things happen when you, without intending for it. I never intended to teach in English. I never intended to go to America or come to America. I never thought English would be something that I would use in my life after I became a monk. But this happens. So likewise, even if you do not aspire for happiness in this life, by pursuing Dharma, you'll be happier. Alright, okay. Enough about explanation of what bodhicitta is. Okay, 16. This bodhicitta, in brief, should be known as having two aspects. The aspiration bodhicitta and engaging bodhicitta. So there are two kinds of bodhicitta mind. Aspiring bodhicitta and engaging bodhicitta. The word itself is quite explanatory. Just as a distinction is understood between the wish to go and act of going, likewise the learned ones should know the distinction of these two respectively. Alright. The wish to go to Dikuntama Surya in the morning that you had. Before going, you just simply had a wish to go to Dikuntama Surya. That was just an intention, right? A wish to go. And then when you're driving, you still had that thought, oh, I'm going to Dikuntama Surya. The wish to go to Dikuntama Surya was there before you actually started from there. And as you started, until you reached here, the wish to go to Dikuntama Surya was still there. Both are wishes, but one is actually associated with action of actually going to Dikuntama Surya. The first one is simply wishing to go to Dhammasurya. Likewise, the wish to become an enlightenment is aspiring bodhicitta. You simply aspire to become enlightened. But you don't really make a pledge and engage in deeds that leads to enlightenment. Once after aspiring to get enlightened, and you take vows and engage in the six perfections, and your aspiration to become Buddha is complemented by your action of actually moving towards Buddhahood. That's engaging bodhicitta. Got it? So that's how it says. Just as the distinction is understood between the wish to go and the act of going, likewise the learned ones should know the distinction of these two respectively. Distinction of aspiring bodhicitta and engaging bodhicitta. Right? Okay. Now, as far as the result of these two are concerned, there is a big difference. When you aspire to get enlightened, that itself is a very virtuous mind. So even if you're not able to actually engage in deeds of enlightenment, still aspiring for enlightenment itself is a marvelous intention, is a marvelous thought, provided it's enthused by compassion, a wish to eliminate sufferings of others, lead them to enlightenment. And then you wish for that so much so. But you actually haven't really taken the vows properly. And you are not really... But even without taking the vows, if you take bodhicitta, practice the deeds, and the mind associating with this state, is that engaging bodhicitta? No. Engaging bodhicitta always has to be associated with vows. Why? Because engaging with strength of the vows, that's important. The vows means you make a commitment in front of the Buddhas. The lineage for the vows comes from the Buddha Shakyamuni himself. Making a pledge in front of a friend, that is of a good promise. But if you make a pledge in front of the court of the country, there's even a more kind of a stronger commitment, pledge. If you make a pledge in front of the Buddha, that's the strongest. So bodhicitta, Bodhisattva vows, the lineage comes from Buddha. Self-liberation of vows, the lineage comes from Buddha. Tantric vows, the lineage comes from the Buddhas. Because of that, the benefit of practicing these vows are stronger than any kind of ordinary commitments. All right? So engaging bodhicitta has to be associated with the vows, bodhicitta, bodhisattva vows. 18. From aspiring bodhicitta, all the great fruits are born while in the cycle, means in samsara. Just as engaging bodhicitta does, it cannot produce a continuous flow of merits. So when you have engaging, all right. So because if you have engaging bodhicitta, all your actions are permeated by that bodhicitta. You have taken a commitment to get enlightened. So all your actions pertaining to that commitment somehow are influenced by that engaging bodhicitta. So because of that, the force of engaging bodhicitta is continuous, whereas the force of aspiring bodhicitta may not be that continuous. So this is the difference between these two minds. In fact, you have to first have aspiring bodhicitta, and then when it becomes really matured, saturated, and then you you take vows, and then if your bodhicitta is a real bodhicitta, that means the wish to get enlightened has to become spontaneous. We contrive a mental thought to become enlightened. We try to emulate the practice of compassion. But without really embodying the practice of compassion through meditation, our practice of compassion will not be spontaneous. Will not be strong enough. The stronger your understanding of Dharma is, the stronger your experience of renunciation is, your compassion will be stronger. And then when compassion becomes spontaneous, very strong, natural, then even a small thought, small trigger would ignite the compassionate mind instantly. That is spontaneous. But if you make an effort to practice compassion through meditation, slowly, it will come. That is not spontaneous. Spontaneous means almost effortless, just a small trigger. So when you have that kind of compassion, you feel desperate to have sensation being. You feel desperate. What should I do? What is the best thing I could do? And then, yes, I can eliminate their immediate sufferings. That's not sufficient. Or I can teach them so that their future, at least the next life, is better. Well, is that enough? No, not enough. Still in samsara. Or I can lead them towards liberation. Is that enough? Still not enough. Not completely enlightened. Because the cognitive obscurations, two kinds of obscurations. The obscuration to omniscience, the obscuration to liberation, nirvana. The first one is delusion. Second one, cognitive. Or some translators use the word knowledge obscuration. I would use obscurations through omniscience or cognitive obscuration. That is not removed. So even a person is liberated, is that enough? No, not enough. He is not completely enlightened. I must lead him to enlightenment, full enlightenment. So, very strong pledge. And for that, what should I do? Stay there in samsara and push them? Oh, that is not skillful. If I may say so, several years back, probably 10 years back, I was in some kind of a interfaith exchanges where I went to some place in Bangalore, and they showed a video, a very moving video of some experience, some saint who had, I would say, good compassion, and he felt so bad for the poor, the beggars, that eventually he himself became a beggar. Then just after that movie, and I thought, no, that's not the way you empathize with these people. But simply becoming a beggar, you're not in a good position to help them really, to get them out of their poverty. It's better to earn money or make money and then share it with them so that their own poverty is uplifted. Why don't you feel empathy for the rich and for them? Because they don't have the means. To give them the means, if you become poor yourself, what is the benefit? So skillful means intelligence, wisdom is needed in the practice of compassion. As far as compassion is concerned, very good compassion, I would say. But as far as wisdom is concerned, not strong enough. So Bodhisattva's compassion is impeccable because his wisdom is impeccable, far-sighted. So that is important. I'm not being critical of any religious tradition. It's a matter of what really is important. What really is good in the long run. There are so many goods in all religious tradition, but the using of reason, I think it's the strongest in Buddha Dhamma. And we should be happy about that. And Buddha even gave us, such liberty. Investigate my teaching. Who says that? Just as a goldsmith cuts the gold, rubs the gold, burns it. To do what? To find out if the gold is authentic. Do the same thing with my teacher. And Buddha is not saying, and he said, I have given you these teachings for you to practice. Not out of respect for me, to generate respect for me. For you to practice, but not to respect me. The Buddha, enlightened being, does not need respect. So who says that, really? It's giving you such liberty. When the Buddha himself has given us such the liberty, he gave that liberty because he had confidence in his teachings. And he was giving those teachings to us out of compassion. And we shouldn't just simply listen to the teaching. Try to embody the teaching, first through understanding, and then contemplating, and then you will generate conviction. And then it becomes very, very strong. And no matter adverse circumstances somehow happen here and there, you are not really withered. You are not really bothered. So that's important, okay? So you see, bodhicitta is not that easy. It's not that easy. Once you have bodhicitta, and when you have the view of emptiness, it's almost like you have the key to all the secret kinds of buildings here and there. The entire corpuses of Buddha Shakyamuni's teaching. If you have emptiness and wisdom of emptiness and bodhicitta, the practice are not that difficult. So, and you have the key to unlock all the secrets of Buddha Dhamma with emptiness. What greater thing do you need? From the time anyone who sincerely embraces this irrevocable mind that aims to perfectly liberate sentient beings of limitless inclinations, you see, When you go to the restaurants together, when you have dinner together, do you all eat the same thing? No. And then if I look around, all of them are dressed differently. You have your own sense of fashion. Well, you have your own sense of what looks good. You have your own sense of what beauty is, what attraction is. And so you dress differently, and you eat differently. And I'm sure you study differently also. So that means you have numerous inclinations. Likewise, a bodhisattva should not fall up. A skillful person should not force a particular view on one individual, or on all of them, saying there's only one truth. You like it or not, this is the only way you must accept it. That is false. So according to different inclinations, if you are skillful, you teach them. There are different levels of views until the ultimate level of emptiness. Why? Because not all have the same intellectual capability, different inclinations. Some people are not that dedicated to Dharma, and you can't force them. You must do this. No. But they have some interest in Dharma. For example, in America, I can see people have appreciation for Buddha Dharma. Everybody is so open to Dharma. But if you give them homeworks, some like that, many don't like that. Doesn't matter. But you shouldn't abandon any sentient being just because of their lack of interest, because they have batteries. What happened? I think you need to change. It's out of battery. Hello. Hello. Yeah. Is it from there? Hello? Oh, of course.
Magic hands.
Yeah. I'm not past magic. You need, do you want to ask a question or should I continue?
Continue.
All right. From the time, okay, another thing that I remembered from one of my exchanges with a hermit, once, hello, and the spell of your tantra is gone, mantra, right? Hello, 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 yeah. Hello. So once, can you hear me properly? I remember one of my exchanges with a friend of mine. The volume need to go up. Hello.
Turn this microphone up a little bit, please.
Turn the microphone.
3, 2.
True. Hello, hello, okay. So once I was having a conversation with a hermit. he became a hermit many years back, and then we were talking about our practices, and I once asked him, why do you think if you are not able to generate bodhicitta, view of emptiness, all those things, and sometimes even things that we have in this life, we tend to forget them easily. So what guarantees that the view of emptiness, if we have them in this life, we'll have them in our future lifetimes? And what guarantees that if the bodhicitta that we try to accumulate in this life, if they are not really completely matured enough or spontaneous, and if they are not really spontaneous, then they are not bodhicitta. And what guarantees that we'll have the opportunity to practice them in the future? Because I was wondering, you should also wonder. And then he said, sheer force of karma, of having practice, sheer force of aspiration. And that is true, very true. So never feel disheartened. Okay? You should always aspire for something better, 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 better. So even if you're not able to practice everything, just making the best use of whatever you have, I think is enough, because you shouldn't just limit your dharma to this life, but you should aspire. In all my successive lifetimes, I will move from better to further better to the best. And once you are enlightened, then okay, no more training. And until then, but don't feel restrained, because the practice of dharma, even if it's in a way difficult, it's not going to really torture you. The good thing is, in a way it's difficult, but in a way it's challenging. And because it's challenging, it never really tires you. You feel passionate about it. And so if it's something that you feel passionate about it, you want to do it often again, often again. If it's good, you want to have it more. Time will come when you want to have it more. And then there's no stopping. Because until you reach that level, never feel like disheartened, all right? That I'm not able, even if dharma is that rich, I'm not able to access everything. So sometimes people's interest is short-lived, and they want instant result, and then they feel disheartened. So don't do that. Aspire. But from your side, whenever you have time, then sometimes give little preference to dharma, because as you age, the worldly things will not interest you that much, and you'll have plenty of time as you age. Okay. 19. From the time anyone who sincerely embraces this irrevocable mind that aims to perfectly liberate sentient beings of limitless inclination. So, limitless inclination is necessary. So sometimes Buddha taught, okay, simple. Yesterday somebody said, a classmate of mine at school, she said, one of her uncles told her that simply reciting the mantra of Ayatara and Benzakuru, Padmasambhava, is enough to get enlightened in one lifetime. And I said, wow, that's very great. Let's do it then. We'll just eat fruit and recite these two mantras and completely enlightenment in one lifetime. But then sometimes people who are lazy, people tend to, the Buddha even gave some kind of teachings like that. That is not, in a way, interpretable, but the need of the hour. So there are some teachings of Buddha which are for the need of the hour. Because some people have just short interest and don't want to struggle that much. So then, again, he cannot abandon them. He has to give them something. And as
as they progress in Dharma, they know that this simply reciting a mantra of a particular deity, of course, it has a lot of merit. I know that. Personally, I know that even purifications of one's negativity through the recitation of mantra, I know it works. But that's not enough. And sometimes Buddha even gives some teachings where you say, simply reciting the text or hearing the teaching for once will guarantee your liberation. That is the need of hour. But generally, no. Causes and condition, causes and condition. If you have all the attributes, all the causes and condition, the result will naturally happen. If you don't have bodhicitta or renunciation, view of emptiness, you can't practice the generation stage. And without proper practice of generation stage, you cannot practice the completion stage. And Mahamudra is also very far away. It's also completion stage. So, there are different, because there are different inclinations, but they gave different kinds of teachings. Even in Mahayana, for tenet systems. Then as far as the paths are concerned, paths only for the seekers of self-liberation, for themselves only. Paths for the seekers of enlightenment. And then some people, because they are very strong, very intelligent, and so much energy, and so much capability, so they want swift enlightenment, and they can do that. So Vajrayana. The Vajrayana is a part of Mahayana. There is no Vajrayana or Tantrayana with no Mahayana. With Mahayana practice, your aspiration to get enlightened is great, but to get enlightened it's going to take multiple years, several hundreds at least, or maybe countless years. And then if you have compassion, oh my God, until I'm enlightened, countless sentient beings will continue to suffer. The faster I get enlightened, the greater chance for limitless sentient beings to get enlightened because of my enlightenment. So I must seek a very fast track route to enlightenment. And so that is Vajrayana. But if you take a rocket, there's also a risk involved. So according to your need, according to your capability, you have to see what suits you best, okay? So from the time anyone who sincerely embraces this irrevocable mind that aims perfectly liberate sentient beings of limitless inclinations, henceforth, whether in sleep or even when not conscientious, an uninterrupted enormous force of merit as equal as infinite space will definitely be produced. That is the benefit of bodhicitta. Once you have the bodhicitta, then even when you go to sleep, your sleep will be permeated by the bodhicitta, influenced by bodhicitta. And so there is karma, continues. So in Tsongkhapa's Lamrim it says, just as a battery needs to be recharged, you have to recharge your body in order to make it more fresh for the next day. So with that kind of motivation, you do not abandon your pursuit of Dharma, but you need to take a rest in order to make it more effective, more efficient tomorrow morning. So you take a rest. And as you rest, before that, the reason why you are resting in sleep is to make sure that you have more energy tomorrow morning to practice the deeds to enlightenment, so permeated by bodhicitta. So henceforth, whether in sleep or even when not conscientious, an uninterrupted enormous force of merit, not just merit, uninterrupted means continuous, all right, enormous force of merit as equals as the infinite space. Science has not been able to measure space yet. Space is infinite. Do you agree or not? Space is infinite. If not, there has to be some limit. So then what happens? The farthest end of space. Okay, let's say there's a wall there, all right? Beyond the wall, there's nothing there. But again, there has to be something there for there to be a wall. So it's almost like space is limitless. Even Buddha cannot measure it. So don't worry, scientists cannot measure it. Doesn't matter, because it's not measurable. So infinite. So as infinite as space means, imagine the merit. If things are not infinite, then there has to be some kind of limit there. And from there, stops space. But again, imagine a barrier there. This is the end of the space. What is beyond there? It continues there. It's similar to the logic of continuity of mind stream. If it's the beginning, before that no mind, what is there? And from physical thing the mind is born. If mind could be born from physical thing at that time, a non-physical thing, then why not now? Yeah. So, and then the concept of creation in Buddhism. There is no concept of creator. If the creator created the universe first and sentient beings later, from what did he create? At what time? Before the creation, what was there? Nothing, right? So from nothing, if you could create universe encompasses water, earth, trees, plants, everything, physical matters. So from what did he create that? And then also there is a whole lot of mess in samsara. Better not to have them. Why not create? Okay, anyway, so there is inconsistency. It's very uncomfortable. But for some people, the concept of creation makes sense. Because then they feel that, yes, there is a purpose there, somebody created me, and there is an end. So that works for them. And the concept of accountability is also there. If you do good, God will take you to heaven. If you do go bad, you go to heaven. So then there are, and what is good, what is bad, then proper discipline has been prescribed. So reason will be very beneficial. But then if you become smarter, then you start to question why this unfair treatment. Some have to suffer so much. Some have all the luxury. And why is that? Isn't God supposed to be omniscient? Isn't God supposed to be compassionate? Why being compassionate? Why be compassionate to some and less compassionate to some? Why not create equally? And if we are here to represent God on earth and to do our task, to represent to whom? Yeah. And for what? To suffer and represent Him doesn't make sense. Representation could be devoid of suffering. So all these contradictions are there. Contradictions are there, and because of that, Buddhism doesn't believe in creator. Neither does it believe in a soul. Because soul as interpreted, if it's the mental stream that you mean soul, then there's nothing wrong with that. The continuity of the mental stream from this life to next life. If you mean that when you say soul, then it's okay. But if you mean a permanent, unitary, independent entity that goes from this life to next life, or from this to heaven or hell, then that is not acceptable. permanent on the basis of continuity is okay, but not as an entity, a single entity, partless. So that is not acceptable logically. It's not that Buddhism is opposed to Christianity or other religious tradition. No, we respect. They have their own benefit. Even within Buddhism, there are some teachings of Buddha Shakyamuni where he says, this body, the aggregates, like the loads, and the person who carries, the one who carries is them, is the person, so substantially autonomous person, or independent person. So in 400 verses by Ayadeva, he says, for those who are for those sentient beings who are not a proper recipient of the way of emptiness, of selflessness, it's better to teach them a substantially autonomous self, or soul, or Atma. So skillful, very skillful. Ultimately, when you see that inconsistency with this kind of view, then you see something, oh, maybe this is not the ultimate truth. And again, in Atisha, one of his own teacher was practicing the view of Chittamatra. And initially, because Atisha was practicing the view of Prasangika, his teacher used to tell him, look, everything about you is okay, but your view, that's not proper. But once he himself realized that view, then he really appreciated, yes, I was wrong in my own assumption that Chittamatra is not the ultimate view. And he said, Prasangika's view of emptiness is the ultimate, because that's the right antidote for the delusions. So with that, we'll break for lunch. All right. Okay. It's 12 already. In between?
Yeah, we'll return at 1:30. Lunch here for everybody, please. If you have not registered, please take a moment and register at the red table. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. We'll try and get our microphone situation worked out. Yes.
Yes, it's not the final one. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum Shri. Om Mani Padme Hum. I don't know. I took the
testing 1, 2.
doesn't sound.
Testing, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. One, two, test.
Girl left a paper with
Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum.
Wiring gets kind of loose. That's why sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Well, I'll just replace the microphone.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I think so. It's working? No? Hello. Let's see. Report something. Hello. 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 You want to say anything?
You take it. So in the sutra requested by Subbahu, for the benefit of beings inclined towards lower vehicle, Tathagata himself has proclaimed this. So you might want to know what Tathagata means. Tathagata means, Tatha means suchness, Gata means transcending. So, ultimate reality of emptiness, complete immersion into ultimate reality of emptiness. If the mind completely abides in the state of emptiness forever, perennially, that's Tatha, suchness, ultimate reality. And that is natural true body. So, transcending towards natural, in this transcending or as abiding in the natural true body. That is also one part of Tathagata. Transcending in the state of, I wouldn't say transcending, this is shape means. Shape means basically going into. So abiding in the state of that suchness, that is natural true body. That's for oneself. But within there, without being, without forsaking that state of reality, if you emanate in order to make yourself visible to other, all right? So, emanating the state of suchness, that is also Tathagata. That is emanating and embodying physically so that others can see you. That is another kind of Tathagata. Rupakaya, form body. All right. So, for the benefit of beings inclined towards lower means, some people are just satisfied with the practice of the lower vehicle because they don't see the benefit of practicing Mahayana. They feel their own interest, long-term interest is compromised. They feel that, they feel fear, because fear means you fear that your own interest is compromised. So that is fear. So then they feel, okay, but this is okay for me. Mahayana means compassion, means I have to take care of others. What? No. When I cannot take care of myself, what can I do to others? And my own interest is compromised. Because when it comes to generosity, I have to give. So if I give some money, I'm actually parting away with my own wealth. So that's not good for me. Patience means, oh, if others are shouting abuse at me, if I stay silent, that's weakness. So that's also not good for me. So Mahayana path, not really interesting. Limited kind of contemplation of the risk or benefit associated with the practice of six perfections. So they benefit, you naturally go for it, right? For example, if there's lottery, $5 or $10 lottery,
another $10 lottery. If you win this lottery, there is $1 million. If you win this, there is 1,000. You have a choice to buy either of them. Which one would you buy? This one or this one? This one. Because there's equal chance of getting both of them. You spend equal amount of time or money, but this has more reward, and this has less. So when you see the benefit in this way, you naturally go for this one. Likewise, when you see the benefit of Mahayana, you do not see that your own interest is compromised. That's very important. Whether you like it or not, someday, whether you're young, healthy, beautiful, or not so, whatever it is, for the moment you have this body, but eventually, whether that day is tomorrow, today, you are going to give up this body. So either you either give it now, give it up now, or in future. Willingly, unwillingly, we all have to die one day. So whether you like it or not, your interest is going to be compromised. You cannot enjoy this human life forever. So then, now make the best use of it. If there is a future life or future lifetimes, that's also your business. Because it's your mind that continues. If it doesn't continue, it's very good news. But if it continues, okay, so be it. That's the fact. You can't run away from fact. Even if you try not to think of that, still that's fact. So then you just accept the fact, you will feel much lighter. And then you see, okay, now this is my situation. Now in American term I would say, how should I fix it? Right? How shall I fix this? This is my reality right now. Is there any way to fix it or not? But when you see that you are not by nature negative, and the delusions are disadvantageous, ignorance is only a distortion of reality, mistaken mind, mistaken with respect to its object of apprehension. In other words, ignorance think of an independent I or independent object. Wherever ignorance focuses, things appear as independently existent to ignorance. Then this appearance and then registration of that appearance. That's perception, that's apprehension. So, first level is hello? Yeah, reduce the volume a little. Hello? A little more. Okay, okay. And this is good now. Okay, so there is sometimes when your own language doesn't have the right letter or alphabet, then you don't know how to pronounce some words properly. So one of my Indian professor colleagues, I went to several conferences, and his name is C.C. Roy. But he, in his Bengali language, he couldn't say sa, so it's always sha. So C.C. Roy. He always says his name as C.C. Roy. And then there is no S in his own language. So to say start, he cannot say start. So he would say start. So let me start. That's how he begins the conference. This time when I was in Delhi again at another conference, the Shishiro wasn't there, but somebody from his locality, again saying, if, like to say if, he was saying like that. So there was some Tibetan girls walking for a conference, and I told them this is Shichiroi's vocabulary. So this just reminds me because of this word, some word, Subahi, Subahu. So Shubahu, he would have said. Anyway, so the point is, the 37 auxiliary parts of enlightenment, 37 parts of enlightenment that the Buddha himself are actually shared parts with the Hinayan practitioners. So, and that means he himself practiced this part in order to become enlightened. So there is no Mahayana without Hinayana. So don't, as I said earlier, the word only lower and high is only because of the importance of compassion. Can anybody object to compassion? If people are nice to you, genuinely nice to you, do you dislike it? No, even dogs. When you show compassion, they wag their tail. They also try to lick. So they reciprocate love. Sentient beings with limited mental capability, even they know how to appreciate love. Whether you're an angry person, a jealous person, whatever, nobody dislikes love. And it's only compassion, compassionate love, that is the main force needed to get enlightened. And enlightenment, even the parts of Hinayan are a result of enlightenment. Buddha was enlightened, and because sentient beings have different inclinations, he can't, from the beginning, force the Mahayana parts onto those with lower inclinations. So for the time being, he taught those. Once they have attained the four destroyers state, or arhat, not arhathood, not arhat, what's the four? Okay, four destroyers means once they have attained self-liberation, because they are not completely enlightened, they might abide in the state of emptiness for several thousands of years, or several eons even. But ultimately, in text it says, the Buddhas will pull their hair and wake them up from the state of immersion into, or absorption into emptiness, and tell them, no, although you have eliminated the delusions, you are not completely free, in the sense that you still have to overcome your cognitive obscurations or afflictions. In other words, obscurations to omniscience. In other words, the stains of the delusions. The delusions are completely eliminated, but the residual remains are there. Like, this is not tea. Sometimes when you have already finished the tea, the smell of the tea still remains. So that also needs to be watched away. So the Buddha would tell them, oh no, you are not completely enlightened. Now you have to tread the path to Hinayana, Mahayana. For that you must not be satisfied with just mundane, ordinary compassion. You will need greater compassion. Greater compassion means taking responsibility upon yourself to eliminate the sufferings of other sentient beings. Compassion simply means wishing to relieve others' sufferings. Not necessarily encompasses taking responsibility upon yourself. Greater compassion means I will liberate them of their sufferings. That is greater compassion. Alright? So because of the teachings, emphasis on compassion, it is called higher. So nobody should complain, ideally, but then we have say, oh, I'm practicing Mahayana. Even if you are not really practicing compassion, you flaunt, saying, I'm Mahayana. And then Hina on the other side say, oh, these are Mahayana practitioners, they call them as Mahayana. But Mahayana is not Buddha's teaching. They are not even Buddhists. Both love for understanding. Okay. So it's 22. Due to being 20, here, in order to support the claim that when you have bodhicitta, whether you are in sleep or even when that conscientious and uninterrupted, enormous force of merit will ensue, for that, here, to support it, we are using sutra. Sutra. This is the source for that. But then, usually when we have to validate the teachings of the Buddha, not all teachings can be validated through reasoning. There are areas where empirical evidence cannot be the reason, cannot be used. Empirical evidence cannot be used. Empirical, okay? But then some teachings of Buddha, you don't need reasoning. Truth of suffering, tangible suffering, suffering, you don't need reasoning. You pinch yourself, you know that it pains here. Nobody needs to reason with you. Direct experience is the strongest. So you don't need reasoning. So those teachings of the Buddha, where you can use your experiences, sensorial experiences to confirm, you don't need reasoning. That I'm not dumb, could speak. You don't need reasoning. You can hear me. You don't need others to say anything. That I'm not stupid. You can listen and you can think. So not much reasoning there. But things where you can't use your sensorial faculty to confirm, then sometimes you need reasoning. But to do the reasoning, you need to have something which is inevitable, which is which is obvious, which everybody can agree to. So with that as the basis, then you go to things that are not easily visible, easily deducible, but upon reasoning you can, like smoking from fire. You can see fire from smoke. You can see smoke. Everybody can see smoke. But some people may not think there is fire when they see smoke. Not all think that. But because you know smoke is produced from fire, without fire there can never be smoke. For this, because of that, and because you see the smoke, there must be fire. Likewise, emptiness, because everything is dependent from every respect. Nothing exists objectively. That is difficult, but it can happen. So these two, one for the level one, the tangible reality taught by Buddha, you don't need reasoning. Second, obscured, slightly obscured reality, you need reasoning. But then some element, like this one, the benefit of bodhicitta, neither can we, through logical, empirical evidence, confirm it, nor can we contradict it. So in such a case, what we do is we rely on Buddha Shakyamuni's words, because for one reason, the first two contents of his teaching, the tangible phenomena or evident phenomena and slightly hidden phenomena, we can always verify them. And the Buddha has no reason to deceive us, no benefit. And if you look at the clarity of his teachings of compassion, the level of his expertise his experience. You can say this person cannot make mistake. And when it comes to such intricate details of karma and so forth, neither can you contradict them, nor you can confirm them. But if you look at those teachings, the same different kinds of text or scriptures speaking about karma in greater details, you have to see if there is contradiction internally. The explicit meaning, whether it contradicts with implicit, or whether what he taught at a certain period conflicts with what he teaches now. So internal conflict, implicit meaning and explicit meaning, whether they contradict one another. If there is no contradiction there, and then you can somehow say, oh, this is still reliable, because taught by the same teacher who taught such impeccable teaching on emptiness, on subtle impermanence, on the Four Noble Truths, on the Two Truths. So even there is some kind of reasoning. And when you go to, say, a doctor, do you know, for example, I have sore throat, okay? Let's say somebody gave this me too. But I trust the person who gave this to me. But do I know all the ingredients here? Do I know all these minute details here? And whether they work with one another, if I have to do kind of a research or verify whether this is going to work on me or not, I may never be able to heal myself. So I would risk, maybe, okay, given the fact that this is given to me with a good motivation, person has nothing to gain by giving me a poison, and the company, if they put poison in here, for maybe they can sell some of them, but in the long run they will not be able to do business. And also the government has to do, see that everything, the food product that are being sold in market are safe. So they have to scan, see whether this is really good or not. And they have to give their stamp of approval. So considering all these facts, then I can have it. Right, so a little bit of risk is there. Do you really know whether there is poison in this drink or not? No, you take a little risk. We do this with everything. But having conviction in this kind of Buddha's proclamation also takes some kind of reasoning there at the backdrop, at the background. Right? Right. The ex-doctor is the #1 surgeon in all of America. So I'm going to do a surgery with him. And we have the best technology, best equipment, best kind of crew. And everything is okay. So there is no way you can fail in that surgery. Do you know exactly what is going to happen in the course of surgery? No, but you take a risk. Given that all other factors are there, conducive, properly intact. Likewise, as far as conviction in the Buddha's teaching are concerned, you look into the content of the teachings. Those which are verifiable, they can be verified. Those which are not verifiable through empirical evidence, still there is some kind of a substantial kind of a backdrop to it, to support it. And then even if there is no empirical evidence to support the claim, there is no contradiction there. So you just believe in it. Okay? This is not blind faith. Again, there is no empirical evidence to support it, but there is a kind of logical background to it. Alright? 22nd. Due to being a wish to benefit, if just a thought that wishes to relieve beings of a mere headache is said to be of inconceivable merit, inconceivable karma, just a wish to relieve others of this mere headache. If the benefit of that karma is inconceivable, then what to speak of the wish to relieve unfathomable miseries of each individual sentient beings? If you want to eliminate and alleviate the headache of one individual, it's just one individual, and just one particular
particular pain, headache. That's just it. If the merit of that wish is said to be inconceivable in the sutras, then bodhicitta means you take into account the entire sentient beings. So, not just one individual, infinite sentient beings into consideration. Not that you don't have more than individually, but in your mind, you're open. The well-being of the entire sentient beings, irrespective of whether they are rich or poor, human beings or non-humans, male or female, or transgender, whatever color, whatever nationality, doesn't matter, so long as they have the aspiration to be happy and the wish to avoid suffering. So, for Bodhisattva, in the same text it says, who wishes to accumulate somebody who needs to build the armor of patience, all afflictions, all inflictions, attacks from others are like treasures. So even if sentient beings are inflicting pain on you because you want to practice patience, these are the best opportunities. So Bodhisattvas, if you know how to do the practice, can never fail. There's no failure if you know how to do the practice of Bodhisattva, bodhicitta, alright? So, it says, due to being a wish to benefit, okay, because it is a wish to benefit others, okay? If just a thought that wishes to relieve beings of a mere headache, wanting to relieve the headache of one individual, is said to be of inconceivable merit in the sutras by the Buddha, then, okay, what to speak of the wish to relieve unfathomable miseries of each individual sentient beings, as well as the wish to accomplish unfathomable qualities for each of them. So, unfathomable miseries means, as far as sufferings associated with delusions and karma are concerned, infinite. No matter how much times we spend contemplating on the sufferings of samsara, endless, so unfathomable. So you want to relieve all these miseries of not just one individual, the entire sentient beings. Such courage. Not just eliminate their sufferings. You want to give them the promise of unfathomable joy, the complete enlightenment, from where onwards they will never ever suffer, not even in a small kind of a small bit of suffering. So, unfathomable kind of qualities of excellence or Buddhahood. So, infinite joy, promising them infinite joy, that too eternally, and wanting to get rid of miseries, not just one, the infinite misery, such courage. So that is the courage of bodhicitta. That comes from bodhicitta, mind aspiring for enlightenment. So isn't that really great? Now consider the merit from such infinite aspiration, where the object of concern is infinite. The benefit that you want to give them is infinite. The misery that you want to get rid of for them is infinite. And the duration during which you want to provide them these benefits and eliminate suffering, also infinite. So much better. Music? Okay, so this is the karmic benefit of bodhicitta. So, if a mere wanting to relieve a mere headache of one individual, just for an hour or 2 days, is considered unfathomable, then consider the benefit of bodhicitta.
There is no comparison. So you should, sometimes when you have to recite prayers, it's good to recite the first chapter itself and think of them. Be it a father or a mother who has this kind of altruism. Our mother wanted to educate her children, give them the best of everything. But do they think of wanting to give enlightenment to their children? Do they think of the limitless lifetimes of the children and wanting to get rid of their miseries? No. So who has this kind of altruism, this kind of bodhicitta, the mind aspiring for complete enlightenment for the entire sentient beings, enthused by compassion? So, be it a father or mother who has this kind of altruism, be it the gods or the sages, even Brahmas, does he have this mind? So Brahma is considered the one who has created the universe by the Hindus. Does he have that kind of mind? No. The gods, the mundane gods, the spirit that we worship in Tibet, in India, and maybe even in Mongolia, and now sometimes in the West too, or maybe also in Vietnamese, these ordinary worldly gods, they don't have that kind of intention. They are just like us, full of delusions, full of confusion, full of arrogance, full of egos, and we worship them. But do they have that kind of quality? No. So who has that kind of quality? Bodhisattvas, they have that kind of quality. The Buddhas, enlightened ones, they have that kind of quality because of bodhicitta. In the balance, for these sentient beings, if this kind of thought for their own sake has not appeared even in their dreams, why would it arise for others' sake? You know, in the past, without being taught by the Buddha or the successive masters, we never ever thought of wanting to relieve our miseries forever. It didn't occur to us at all. Now, because of the teachings that comes from Buddha Shakyamuni and our successive lineage masters, we have that kind of thought, that kind of precious thought that had insofar had never occurred to us. So isn't it great to have just the mere thought of aspiring for complete freedom from all kind of misery, and being endowed with all kind of acceptance? Isn't that great? So that is in the path for sentient beings. If this kind of thought for their own sake has not occurred to them, why would it occur to others for the sake of others? When you don't feel anything for yourself, how could you feel it for others? So now, when you have this altruistic kind of mind of bodhisattva or bodhicitta, you, although initially arises from concern for yourself, but as you train in that bodhicitta, your own personal interest is somehow, although retained, you don't really, it's not that obvious to you, because you totally got lost in the pursuit of happiness for other sentient beings. You want to go? Okay, yeah.
Thank you very much.
You want to go?
Yeah, I have to go. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Give the phone, take my...
Oh, yeah, he have my information here, Lens.
Okay, so then I'll give this text to phone, and
Okay.
and you get it from her, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you so
Take
much.
care.
Thank you. See you next time. Yeah.
So this bodhicitta, that the intention to benefit oneself, not just for now, not just for tomorrow, not just for next life or lifetimes, but forever, has not risen in us, even for ourselves. Why would it rise in us for others' sake? But sometimes we feel, aspiring to benefit other sentient beings might actually compromise our own personal interest. We might think that. So Tsongkhapa says, our own personal welfare is naturally accomplished as you accomplish the welfare of other sentient beings. Although you don't really intend to accomplish your personal welfare, it just happens as a byproduct, naturally. For example, if you eat something with an intention to benefit sentient beings, one. And if you eat something to benefit only yourself, in both the cases the food goes inside your mouth. It's not as if you eat in order to benefit others, that food doesn't go inside your mouth or into your stomach or goes somewhere else and you remain hungry. No, it's not really. The only thing is you take it upon yourself to relieve others' suffering. But if you yourself are not healthy enough, not self-sufficient in every respect, then how could you help others? So therefore, helping others means taking care of others, yourself. With the intention of helping others, if you do that, you take care of yourself naturally, selflessly. So His Holiness says it's a cunning way of, His Holiness says it's good to be selfish, but not foolishly selfish, wisely selfish. That is really wisely selfish. You take into account the welfare of other sentient beings, but in order to pursue that, you yourself have to walk, and ultimately, when you get enlightened, some sentient beings may be on the path to enlightenment, some may not. The entire sentient beings need no possibility of them getting enlightened together with you. With the intention of getting enlightened for other sentient beings, if you pursue a path, you will get enlightened, not them. And then you will help them, and they have to practice the same kind of altruism. So he is the ultimate beneficiary, you. So in other words, it's only changing a state of mind, that's all. Even by being selfish, there is something to accomplish. By now we would have accomplished something from infinite, limitless time up until now. We have been doing only selfish things, primarily focus on our personal selfish welfare. Not so good, not that bad, but this is what we have accomplished, this ordinary life. So now it's worthwhile to try change do something differently. The thought that considers well-being of sentient beings, that doesn't arise in others even for their own sake, what an unprecedented wonder it is that this marvelous, precious mind is born within me. So when you have that kind of mind, even if it is not spontaneous, even if it is not experiential, try to embrace the different kind of techniques, systematic steps of cultivating altruism and bodhicitta. And then, once you have genuine bodhicitta, then you should appreciate that much. Even if you do not have that uncontrived, spontaneous, innate kind of bodhicitta, still having some kind of mindset similar to this is the first step. When you first do something newly, you don't do it perfectly. Nobody does it perfectly. The first word you learn to speak as a human is amma or ma, because it's easy, the easiest one to say. And then one word, 2 words, 3 words, and then you learn to make sentences, short sentences, and longer sentences, and then past tense, present tense, future tense, with grammatical, with grammar. And now you can really write excellent articles. These all didn't happen in one day. So don't expect magic from Dharma. First, when you have the proper kind of conditions, then magic do happen. Blessings do happen. But then, without the proper condition, if you expect something to happen, no, nothing happens without causes and condition. So, it's not going to happen. Right? So, rejoicing, this thought that consider well-being of sentient beings, that doesn't arise in others, even for their own sake. What an unprecedented wonder it is, that this marvelous, precious mind is born once in me. Now, don't think that I bodhicitta right now. You shouldn't think, oh no, because I aspire for enlightenment for other sentient beings, and I have limited, and to some extent, I have compassion, now I have bodhicitta. Don't say that. Compassion needed for bodhicitta should be the compassion of a mother, similar to the compassion of a mother to her only single child. How much she feels for the child. Now, you have to feel similar kind of affinity or concern for all the sentient beings. Tigers, snakes, crocodiles, bats, all those things, insects. It's not easy. Not easy. Then you also have to see somehow the possibility of enlightenment for yourself, for others. It's not easy. So there are systematic steps to practice compassion. One is seeing others in the light of your mother, the 7-point mind training instructions. No. 7-fold cause and effect practices for generating bodhicitta. That's one way, seeing every sentient being in the light of your mother. Another one is exchanging and equalizing self and others. Insofar you give importance to yourself. Now you give importance to the welfare of others and take upon yourself their suffering and mentally give your sufferings happiness to them. It's only a mental exercise. It's not that when you do that you are going to suffer and they are going to enjoy. It's not going to happen that way. But it's just a mental exercise. So the good thing about our mind is when your mind is familiarized with a concept, with something, and if you think over that object over and again, over and again, over and again, then naturally the mind somehow warms up to that thing and it becomes natural. So all of you are now lay people. So at one point or another, you have all been involved in relationships. So when you meet somebody interesting for the first time, do you think I'm going to die without him the next day? No. You get to meet that person and you're excited of meeting or having met somebody interesting. And now you look for excuses because you have seen so many virtues, good points in the person, and you think of the person's good points, speculation, adding up, piling up emotions, and you want to meet the person. The more you think of that, the more desperate you become in wanting to meet the person. So you make all excuses to see the person. And tomorrow you meet and spend some good time with the person, and you're happy that you get to know one another, and you look for spending more time with the person, and then in 2 weeks, almost inseparable. Now you want to understand one another perfectly, and after 1 month, completely inseparable. Then maybe after 1.5 months, you can't do without that person. And you might say, oh, I can't live without that person. I might want to die. Now, if I may say so and ask that person, who's that person? When did you meet? 1.5 months earlier. Before that? 1 day before that? Stranger. Now you want to die for that stranger. How did that happen? Familiarizing your mind with attachment over and again, thinking of the excellent qualities of the person. It can happen here when it comes to attachment and anger. Again, anger. Somebody says, go to hell to you. So words themselves don't really hurt you if you don't hurt yourself. And then you go back. Why did the person say, go to hell to me? I did my best. I never intended anything bad against the person. Now he's saying, go to hell. He should go to hell. And now and tomorrow you shared it with somebody. Yesterday he said, go to hell, despite the fact that I did everything good for him. Let's change this person. And the other person said, yeah, he really deserved. He really has been very disrespectful. You should confront him, you know. This is open society. You must confront him. And tomorrow you go back and confront him, and it piles up, hatred piles up. And then at some stage you want to just kill the person. Why? Oh, just in one sentence, or go to hell. 3-word sentence. So negatively, when it comes to anger, to the exaggeration, thinking of it again and again, and you don't see the plus point of the person. Right? That's it. When somebody says something bad to you, it's only for a second, or maybe 2 seconds that person has said something bad to you, and you are ready to forget everything that the person has done for you over a few words said in a span of 2-3 seconds. So that is not a truthful position that we have. So if mind has that capability to build anger, hatred, and also build attachment, it also has the same ability to build in compassion, love, affection. What you need is the right reasoning and habituation, constant habituation. Today you won't say, oh, I desperately want to have a cell phone. iPhone, again, 11 what?
Pro Max.
Pro Max. So I want to have that. If you just think of, oh, how good is that? My friend has that, he has that. I have no money, but he has that. I must get it. It's very difficult for you. You might not even be able to sleep properly until you wake up tomorrow morning, although you cannot go and buy. But still, you are just looking forward to that. So excited, because you are building up your emotions there. Right? Now, on the contrary, your partner or your family member, one of them says, mom or dad or brother or sister, do you really need that? No. What good is that for you? You can do this. An ordinary phone can have the same function. And you don't know how to work with the device properly. Why waste money? Use it properly for some other purpose. And now you see, well, maybe the person has a point. If I break the iPhone, I just blow away a huge amount of money in just a few seconds. And then you think of again the point the person has said, the more you think of it, the more convinced you are. And tomorrow your friend insists you must buy it, because I have it, you should also have it. You're not with it. You don't want to buy it. So it's just in the mind, If you convince the mind properly to reasoning, it listens. Even if you do not convince it through proper reasoning, but still reason with it, with wrong reasoning, it still listens. So the mind has that capability.
that, now, if you can empathize, extend your compassion and love to your near ones, use the same reasoning with the neutral people, the strangers. Use the same reasoning with your enemies. And then, even if you see some bad qualities in your friends over there, here and there, you're not really bothered. And so you open your heart to more and more and more people. And then sentient beings that you relate with on a daily basis, they are not stones. Stones means they have no feeling. But sentient beings know how to reciprocate feelings. They know how to show appreciation. So a genuine practice of bodhicitta, compassion, if you know how to do them through proper reason, can never fail. I can give you that guarantee, 100%. Okay, the cause for 7. The cause of joy for all migratory beings, the medicine cure for suffering of sentient beings, the merit of this precious mind. How can this ever be measured? Immeasurable merit. Although they have even if a mere wish to benefit is greater than venerating the Buddhas with offerings, then for persevering for the happiness of all sentient beings in their entirety, what need is there to speak about it? So, because we are habituated, we are used to the custom or tradition of making offerings to Buddha. We feel great in doing that. We feel no hesitation. We don't feel a sense of loss. But the karmic merit of practicing compassion is far greater than venerating the Buddhas. The Buddha himself has proclaimed that. So, think of the benefit of compassion, and when you know the benefit of compassion, you want to do it. And when your mind opens up to it, you don't feel uneasy about it at all. So that's what it says. Even if a mere wish to benefit a sentient being is greater than venerating the Buddha with offerings, then for persevering for the happiness of all sentient beings in their entirety, what need is there to speak about it? So the bodhicitta that aspires to eliminate the sufferings of entire sentient beings, just the practice of that is far stronger than the venerating the Buddhas in their entirety. One of my Geshe friends told me, if you properly do the practice of compassion, even your dream change. You see all signs of purification in your dreams. And this may not necessarily happen with making offerings to the stupas or kumbhas, although because we need merit and support of this, we should always do that. But if you do that, try to do that with altruism, bodhicitta, and the merit will be similar. Okay? Although they have the mind that wishes to remove miseries, they vigorously run towards misery itself. Although happiness is desired by ignorance, they destroy the unhappiness as if it were a fall. So a qualm arises. Why should you be concerned about sentient beings? They are actually there to take care of themselves. If such a qualm arises, then this is the answer. Although they have the mind that wishes to remove sufferings, they don't know how to do that. They vigorously run towards misery itself, like the firefly in front of the fire. Although the fire is going to kill them, they just leave to it. They succumb to it. Likewise, sentient beings, they don't want to suffer, but they vigorously run towards misery itself. That is the reason why you should help them. Why do you feel empathy towards children? Because they are ignorant, innocent. They don't know how to do things properly. So you have to be they want to guide them. Likewise, sentient beings, they are lost. So it's your responsibility, because you have the eye of wisdom given by the Buddha's teaching. Your responsibility to help sentient beings because they are lost. And they are your mothers. And the benefit of helping them is great. So, all the happiness is desired. Okay, all the happiness is desired by ignorance. They destroy their own happiness as if it were a force. So, because of ignorance, even if they want to be happy, they do not know how to be happy properly. They do not know what is real happiness, what is real joy. So sometimes when you see people who are nice and good, practicing compassion on them is easy. But people who have such character, to them it's difficult to practice compassion. Ideally, if you are a skillful practitioner of compassion, you should not have any difficulty in dealing with them, people who behave badly. Now you have to go deeper. Is this? Okay, we'll cover this in the 6th chapter, but for now I'll try to cover a little bit of it. If you really look at this person, the fact that the person is behaving badly is, for one, because of ignorance. But for one, the person wants to be happy. He doesn't know how it means to be happy. So you don't appreciate the expression of his anger or lust or whatever. That kind of expression when you have, you also do the same thing. But if the same person is given the right advice, right means, he will also behave properly. So the person is more than a perpetrator, the person is a victim of his own emotions, or his own ignorance, his own delusions, and his own karma. Didn't have the right atmosphere, didn't have the right parent attention or upbringing, or didn't have the right culture. There are various reasons why a person is difficult. He didn't want to be difficult, but he didn't know how to behave it properly. So then, you feel empathy. If you have this kind of reasoning, then compassion is not difficult. And even if the person behaved badly, you can still manage your emotions properly, maintain peace, and if the need of the hour is such that you have to be stern at the moment, you do it, but internally, never compromise compassion. That's the skillful means. Although they have the mind, okay. For those who are deprived of happiness and burdened with much suffering, to satisfy them with every joy, and to end all the sufferings, to wipe away even the ignorance, how can there be a virtue that equals it? So for those who are deprived of happiness, sentient beings are deprived of genuine happiness. The food, the good food, the good experience that we consider as happiness, these are not real happiness. Do you really feel good eating food when your stomach is full? No. When you are hungry, you feel happy when you eat. That is actually alleviation of particular suffering, of hunger. The hunger is torturing you, tormenting you. So, the pain that comes with hunger is relieved by the food. So you feel good. So you say, oh, it's great and delicious. But if food by itself is good, eat more and more and more. And then someday you will become number 8. And then blood pressure, diabetes, all complications, right? So food is limited. I mean, that food which you consider as actually a source of your happiness is not real happiness, because it can bring all kinds of diseases, right? And so what we consider as happiness
Actually, these are another form of suffering, kind of very deceptive, alluring, promising form of suffering. Appearingly, they are very promising, but if you engage with them, the more you engage with them, if they are real happiness or joy, they should multiply. Life doesn't get better as you live it. Initially, because you are naive, new to things, you are excited about things, but the novelty vanishes. So if because of heat, no, because of cold, you are unhappy, what do? You have what's that called? Central heating. So you're cold and then you have central heating, and you feel, now I'm happy. It's actually the pain from cold is relieved by the heat. But if you put the heat on for long, don't you somehow decrease the temperature of the heat or intensity of the heat? Why? Because then you sweat and you feel hot and you want to go outside. So you see, it's just another side of suffering. Only because one misery has been eliminated and you feel the relief and you feel that this is happiness. No, that's not happiness. If it's real happiness, the more you engage in it, indulge in it, you should get better and better. But we are so kind of attached to these small pleasures in there, and we don't see the bigger picture. Alright? So although they have the wishes to move, okay, for those who are deprived of happiness, why should we help sentient beings? Because they are really deprived of happiness. What really we have is not real happiness. And burdened with much suffering, so sentient beings are burdened with much suffering. Now, a Bodhisattva wants to satisfy them with every joy and to end all their sufferings. How can they be avoided and wipe out even the ignorance, which is the root of all the sufferings, and the elimination of which will guarantee infinite joy? So, to end all the sufferings and to wipe away even the ignorance that is at the root, how can there be a virtue that equals it? How can there be ever such a friend? How can there ever be such a merit? So when you have this compassionate attitude, wherever you go, because of your compassionate attitude, you never feel threatened. And you always have a smile on your face, because you care for others. And because this mind of compassion is within you, you will feel good. Others may appreciate it, may not appreciate it, but in your mind there is no regret. Because you are conforming to the advice of the Buddha, to the description of the Buddha, and you really feel good. You feel confident. So even if you are going to die tomorrow, you are full of confidence. The great enlightened Buddha has said, the benefit of bodhicitta, altruism, is infinite. So what? If I'm going to die, okay, my life is secured. I have insurance for my next life and the next life, until enlightenment. In this karmic insurance, there is no fraud. Modern insurance, particularly in some of the Indian hospitals, there are a lot of fraudsters. You don't get the money, even if you have paid the insurance. They give you all kinds of questions. So there is no insurance, real insurance. So there is deception there. But this comes of karmic insurance. Nobody is going to deceive you. Okay. If an ordinary friends, they can betray you. But this friend of bodhicitta, while it is there within you, it can never betray you, because it's always complemented by wisdom. And you can always behave properly in any kind of situation if you have the wisdom and compassion. And in future, it will never betray you, and ultimately it will lead you enlightenment. What better friend do you need? Ordinary friends, one Tibetan master, Kondang Chabayang, said, a close trusted friend of today a close, trusted friend of today by exaggerating on few unpleasant words becomes the most hated foe of tomorrow. Who would rely on ordinary friends? I'm not saying you shouldn't have ordinary friends. If you have compassion, it's okay. But if you mentally behave very ordinarily, and then these ordinary friends will always betray you. But if you have compassion, if you are good on your own, then all sentient beings have friends, okay? So usually ordinary friends, they will betray you. When you have money and power, they are friends, and also youth. But when you lose your youth, when you have not much of money, and when you don't have the fame or power, they leave you. So they are basically friends of your fame, name, power, or body. Once they find something else, they go. That's betrayal. Bodhicitta will never betray you. Compassion will never betray you. So that's what it says here, okay? If someone who pays back a favor is also worthy of some moments of praise, then want to speak about Bodhisattvas who, without being requested, do excellent deeds. So usually, the sense of gratitude that we have for others, that's important. In a social structure where we are dependent on one another, we appreciate one another's kindness. And so if you do some kind things to others, you appreciate them. When they appreciate you and their appreciation, you're happy that they appreciate you. Right? That's a sense of gratitude. So we are not talking about bodhicitta compassion. So when you extend some kind of help, if they show sense of gratitude, you feel good. So in a way, even if and then someday, when you are in an inferior position, and the person is in a better position, and the person comes to help you, you really appreciate the person for his ability to feel grateful for the gratitude that he feels. That is human nature. So even when you have benefited somebody, and if out of gratitude, if he returns the favor, you appreciate it. That is, in a way, that's investment. You do good something to somebody, and he returns. So your own kindness being returned onto you. But bodhisattvas, when they help sentient beings, they don't need sentient beings to benefit them. It's unconditional. There is no condition that the sentient beings have to return their favor. So unconditional. Isn't that great? Isn't it great without knowing somebody that the person, gives you a lot of money or whatever it is that you like, without being requested, and without any expectation? All of a sudden, if somebody generously contributes something in your life, you appreciate that because you have not done anything. On the contrary, your own children, your own parents, whom you have benefited a lot, if they don't return the favor, you feel bad. And then somebody who unexpectedly, a stranger, does something to you, I feel, wow, this person has done that much to me, but I haven't done anything to the person. So much of appreciation there, without investment. So bodhisattvas, when they benefit sentient beings, they turn them out. They do not do it because sentient beings request them to enlighten for their sake. Sentient beings do, without being requested by sentient beings to be compassionate towards them, they extend the generosity, they extend patience. So isn't that very good? So that's what it says. If someone who pays back a favor is also worthy of some moments of praise, although ideally it's a favor as you are paying it. So it's almost like you give money and the shopkeepers gift you something for the money, So he is returning value of your money. So ideally, there is no favor there, right? But you appreciate if somebody returns your favor at a later time, at a later time. So, but then Bodhisattvas, you don't have to do anything good to them. They simply wants to benefit you. So isn't that great? That's what it says. If someone who pays back a favor is also worthy of some moments of praise, then what to speak about Bodhisattva who, without being requested, do excellent deeds. If giving plain food to a few migratory beings, means sentient beings, okay, migrate from one, I don't know whether migratory is the right word, in Tibetan, Go-er, G-O-E-R, going from one place to another in samsara, Toa, comes from the Doa, straight to the Doa. So some contemporary translators are not comfortable with the word migratory beings, but I think it's okay. Yeah. In this context, it means going from one place in samsara to another, unwillingly. Giving plain food to a few migratory beings for only once, that too in a disparaging manner, that has satisfied them only for half a day, is acclaimed by people as having done virtue. So, not giving anything wonderful, not giving gold or necklaces or anything, but just plain food. That only to a few, not infinite sentient beings, number of sentient beings to whom you give few. What you give them, just plain food, ordinary food, just eatable, not that delicious one. That duration, how many times, you give them only once. That the manner in which you would give them in a disparaging manner. Alright. And then the fruition, the result of that generosity, I don't know whether that should be generosity, that is, even whatever, that result is satisfy them only for half a day. Just meal and then it lasts for several hours, that's it. So that has satisfied them only for half an hour, is acclaimed by people as having done virtue. So that the disparaging manner, giving just ordinary food to just few people, and the result is it's good for a few hours, that's it. But then people acclaim that as having done virtue, right? Sorry. If that is the case, if that is virtue, then what need is there to speak of the one who, for countless of beings and for a long time now, what need is there to speak of the one who, the object of benefit, the people to benefit it, countless sentient beings, duration for a long time until they get enlightened, fulfills not just one or two wishes, but all wishes that occur to their mind, and bestow the supreme bliss, ultimate result, enlightenment, supreme bliss of the Tathagata. So, if that is not a marvelous deed, then what is a marvelous deed? The Buddha has propounded it that if anyone harnesses any negative thoughts towards such a bodhisattva benefactor, as the number of the moments of the negative thoughts, they will remain in hell for the same number of eons. However, if they were to develop a genuinely pure attitude, its fruit will multiply even more than that. Being cautious for the bodhisattvas, even in acute situations, sins will not arise, virtues will flourish naturally. So, bodhisattva is such a benefactor with infinite compassion, genuine, untainted, impeccable compassion for others. So, because although they don't want to harm anybody, if you harness any negative thoughts against such a bodhisattva, ignorantly, of course, even ignorant, then you generate a lot of negative karma. For example, if your anger is for 1 second, then the number of eon that you stay in hell because of that is 1 eon. But if you have an appreciation for such a benefactor, then even for a moment, the benefit of that appreciation will be far more than that. So simply by appreciating genuinely compassionate being, like His Holiness the Dalai Lama, like Geshe, like Shantideva, you can accumulate a whole lot of merit, a whole lot of good karma. So if you know how to do that, simply appreciating while lying in bed of the good deeds, you don't really have to you don't really have to be in a meditative posture or in a temple to accumulate positive karmas. Simply appreciating your own good karmas that you have accumulated, simply appreciating the compassion of others. That is such a particularly of genuinely compassionate beings like the Buddha Shakyamuni, Shantideva, Nagarjuna, contemporary masters like Ajahn and so forth. That is a whole lot of merit. So, in a way, quite, I would say, by harnessing any negative thought against such a benefactor, if it gives birth to hell realms for an eon in 1 second, my argument is, if you if you generate appreciation for such a benefactor for a moment, the result of that will be it's his double. So twice means 2 eons. 1 second of appreciation for Bodhisattva benefactor will be like 2 eons in the godly realms. Easy. But you shouldn't think of that, okay? Think of coming back as ascension beings, because you have more opportunity to practice Dharma to get enlightened. Because once the fruition of that karma is finished, after 2 eons of living in the heavenly realm, you are again back on the track, starting from A. So it's better to get going as a human being. I'm just making an assessment of the merit of appreciating a bodhisattva. However, if they were to develop a genuinely pure attitude, its fruits will multiply even more than that, even more than the number of eons from developing negative thoughts against a bodhisattva benefactor. So that's what it means. Its fruits will multiply even more than that. Being cautious for the bodhisattvas, even in acute situations, sins will not arise. Virtues will flourish naturally. So Tsongkhapa says, by practicing compassion or bodhicitta, because of the sheer goodness of that bodhicitta, in future you'll have rebirths in only kind of a joyful realms, like humanly or godly, never in inferior realms, so guaranteeing your next life. Then through practice of wisdom, because you see everything of emptiness, because if you have the genuine view of emptiness, you'll be able to see everything as illusory. So therefore, no more speculation, exaggeration. So delusions will be very subtle, not gross. And when delusions are not strong enough, they don't really create much pain in you. So, because of the good karma of bodhicitta, you have, and because of bodhicitta and so for compassion for others, discipline will come naturally. Generosity will come naturally. Patience will come naturally if you have compassion. When you have all these attributes, healthy human body is easy. That's at a physical level. At a mental level, because of way of emptiness, there's no speculation, because you see everything as illusory, like a dream, like an illusion, like a reflection in the mirror. So they are there. In a way, these are there because they all appear. But in a way, these are not there. Because ultimately, if you look concretely, nothing exists independently. So appearingly, although they seem to have some kind of objective basis, they don't have. So then you don't find any concrete locus on which to cling. So without clinging, delusions don't arise. So even they arise, the lesser the clinging is, the more feeble the delusions are. So with very weak delusions, because of youth emptiness, you will have no pain mentally. So when you're mentally with no pain, and physically because of good karma due to bodhicitta, completely okay, and then life is beautiful. If it's good, let it last, doesn't matter. Or you want to live long, because life right now is good, you want to make it longer. So, because of these two practices, because they are good, you want to let it last longer, right? So even if it takes infinite eons to get to enlightenment, if it's good, there's nothing wrong about that. So don't be exhausted. You're saying enlightenment will take a lot of time, a lot of effort. No. It just needs a little boost. That's it. By prostrating to the Buddha of the One, in whom the precious Supreme Mind is born, I seek refuge in that source of bliss, who connects to happiness even when inflicted with pain. So, who connects to happiness even when inflicted with pain means Bodhisattva, because the sheer power of their compassion, even if you inflict pain on them, they are not really angered. They are not really angry or affected by your anger, but because of the sheer strength of their compassion and their aspiration and prayers, you will somehow connect with them in their successive lifetimes, because they want to benefit all sentient beings who come in contact with them somehow. So even when you do something bad against the Bodhisattva, ultimately they will create a connection between you. That doesn't mean that because of that anger against the Bodhisattva you will not have the negative karma to experience. So that is the benefit of Bodhisattvas. I was thinking of something else. Okay, so yeah, we are not able to finish now. Now, question and answers. Yes. Yes. 1 minute. You'll have a microphone.
Would you like some hot water?
No, I have something here. Yeah, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please speak up.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry.
That's okay, no problem.
So I recall you saying helping others also achieve enlightenment in a nutshell, or helping others to build good karma, let's say.
Yeah.
But if you do that, are you not interrupting their path in their journey? You know, like are you not intruding? Maybe they are on their own way, but when you interject, are you not disturbing their karma, or are you attracting bad karma? I don't know. Like, how do you know when to help?
Okay. That's why the practice of meditation, building qualities within oneself, is important. If you do not know the skillful means in order to benefit others, even if you have the right intention, you may end up harming others. So, about clairvoyance. 5 kinds of clairvoyance. What their past lives were, what they were going to be born in future lives, the potentials that they have in their mind, the inclinations they have, the choices they have, the latencies they have. Our real Bodhisattva has to have all this knowledge before benefiting others. Right? When you have all these skillful means, ability to see the person's mindset, the potentials lead in their mental stream, what they were in their past life, what they are going to be born in future life. Has a Bodhisattva, Zen practitioner, has to have all these attributes, qualities within themselves in order to help others. Otherwise, you simply wish to benefit them. That's the way. But then, you might say, for a short time in this life, you want to become a doctor, you want to become a nurse, you want to become a businessman, politician, whatever. That's your chosen path. But then, once you die, even if you want to go to the heavenly realm, there's no guarantee that you go there. Even nobody wants to go down, there's no guarantee that you do not go down there. You do not want to return to rebirth, but that's natural to the rebirth. You do not want to suffer, but it's natural that you suffer. So, a Bodhisattva's aspiration is to eliminate their delusions, eliminate their sufferings. Nobody wants to suffer. Even if they say, I want to suffer, deep down nobody enjoys suffering. It's painful to suffer. So, wish to eliminate their sufferings is important. But then, of course, just as the doctors prescribe dosage based on the physical condition of the body, in the sutra called Descending from the Langa, the Buddha says, just as a doctor would prescribe medicine, the doses according to the physical condition of the patients, likewise the Buddhas have prescribed the same kind of remedies for the sentient beings. So you have to be skillful. Whether you have to do this right now, even if you mean well, you have to see whether they want it or not. And even if they don't want it, sometimes when you do it and then they don't want it, but the benefit is something that they appreciate it. So, in Shantideva's text it says, today in the presence of all the Buddhas and all the sublime beings, I have taken a pledge to lead sentient beings ultimately to the great bliss of enlightenment, and in the meantime to the great feast of happiness, joy. I have invited all sentient beings to the great feast of enlightenment ultimately, and in the meantime to all the good things in life. May all the godly and non-godly beings be happy. So that is a pledge of Bodhisattva. So Bodhisattva should have skillful means. For that, he himself has to have clairvoyance, knowledge. Sometimes, ordinary eyesight, ability to see things within reasonable distance. Beyond that, we can't see. Or ears also, within reasonable distance, ability to hear sound. A Bodhisattva could have, due to his practice of concentration, meditation, the ability to see from very far away. So, also these attributes should be there in order to lead sentient beings to enlightenment. And one of the reasons why a Bodhisattva aspires for enlightenment is because that's the perfect state from which he could perfectly benefit sentient beings. Otherwise, we are just ordinary sentient beings. We mean well, but we may, not be skillful enough to help sentient beings. So therefore, you mean well, but when it comes to skillful means, we are not completely skilled. So we need to attain enlightenment. So you never force anything on anybody, even due to their limited mental faculty or ability, they will not be on the path of Buddhism. It doesn't matter. So I would say even in the form of non-Buddhist scholars, non-Buddhist masters, Buddhas could emanate and teach them other teachings because of the need of the hour. Right? Does that answer your question? You're not interrupting because you're not forcing yourself anything. Simply having the aspiration within you will not disturb anybody.
Okay. So does that mean, if I understood it correctly, if I think I don't have the skills yet, should I leave it alone?
We develop the skills then.
So till then, you leave it alone. You see a miserable, you see a miserable person. I'm not skilled yet. So you leave it alone. You don't interfere. Because I'm
you have to see. Leaving alone is better than not interfering. Then stepping in and helping, which is more beneficial for the other person. Okay? Sometimes you leave alone because you think you are not skillful enough and nobody helps. And the person is in more misery. At least you step in with good intention. You can do something. If not completely hurt the person, but improve the situation. So you always listen and analyze which is beneficial for now, in the long run, for oneself, for the other. Are you a doctor?
No,
okay.
You're not even close. Thank you, though.
Other questions? Yes.
Microphone, please.
I have a question because I hear this a lot. I think my voice is loud enough. But her question is a very good question because I have heard quite a debate to do or not to do, and then some people say, oh, I don't, yeah, poor them, but hey, I'm not equipped, I'm not trained, I can't help, so I'm going to leave it alone. But then some who might not be a bodhisattva, on a training maybe, might not be totally skillful, but they say, I want to try my best. And then the other person said, oh no, but if you make a mistake, are you trained? If you're not trained, better leave it alone because then you're going to cause problem, karma, negative karma. So it's like a tug-of-war back and forth between these two friends, to do or not to do. And it's just an ongoing debate while the other person is just suffering. So there's no permanent right or not right. So in that situation, how do you address that? Because then, me, the third bystander, standing there while those two debate, and then I just thought, wow, shouldn't it be more simple? But this become very complex because both of them saying, no, you shouldn't touch that. You shouldn't even help. How can you help? I'll just go, I'll be the Buddha first and then come back and help if they're still alive. But then another said, well, you can't do that because by the time you come back, that person's already dead and suffers so much. So then, but they're back and forth. So how can you explain that? Because I just stood in between and say,
So sometimes, practically, there are situations where you cannot help. For example, when you go to Bodh Gaya, you have been to Bodh Gaya, I'm sure. And when you go on pilgrimage, sometimes there is one cave, Mahakala cave. As you go up, the whole of the villages become beggars. And if you have to give money to them, every single day you have to part away with money, and money doesn't rain. Right, it doesn't rain. That means momentarily you may not be able to benefit them, but you have to look at the situation. Are you in a position to benefit them momentarily? If not, at least in spirit you feel empathy for them. And pray. Now this limitation is because I don't know whether I can actually help the person, whether it's going to make the situation worse or better. And then at the same time, now we live in America. It's one thing to help others, but at the same time, it's another thing to protect oneself. There is law there. There are lots of people taking advantage of you. There is privacy. There is personal space. So there are lots of situations that you need to consider and see if you need to intervene at that moment or not. That you can use wisdom. All right? But you should always mean well. And then what that's insinuate is we are not capable of helping sentient beings now. But if this sentient being dies, things do not end with that. The person reincarnates again. So take the example of myself. My own younger sister has died 4 weeks ago. I did not cry, because there was nothing I could do about that. She was born with physical disabilities. I couldn't help. When she was alive and suffering, I tried to advise her to practice in order to ensure her future life. Sometimes she would listen, sometimes she wouldn't listen. And when she wasn't listening, I couldn't force her to do the things that I feel passionate about. So I just let it be there. And then when she died, then I thought, okay, life doesn't end. I know it doesn't end. So now the best thing I could do in that kind of situation is to ensure that I do my best to make sure that I contribute for her future rebirth, and that she continues to be associated with the Buddha Dhamma. And during my own prayers, my aspiration is to benefit sentient beings, all of them. But then I visualize her in people who ask me to pray, so that karmically I could be linked to them, and then my enlightenment will benefit them. So when you see your limitation, that's the reason why you should aspire for enlightenment. Got it? Yes.
Sorry, I got it to work. Okay, so I have a philosophical question.
Okay.
Does Buddha believe or recommend that everything happens for a reason? So that's thought A, right? So if I encountered you today, and if I tell you about my problem, therefore you should tell me with your best of intentions what you think would help me suffer less and improve my situation, because there's no accident. And the fact that you were in my path and you learned about my problem justifies your interference to the best of your ability. That's one way. The second way is, does Buddha believe that everybody has their own individual path? So I will experience pain and suffering to learn my own, whatever it is, to evolve, and I'll come back as needed, right? And not to interfere with one's path, because I may need to go through something to learn it. I may not learn it by hearing. And if someone gives me advice, they could alter my path, which means I could be come back here again because I didn't fulfill my journey. So which one is the recommended practice by Buddha?
So, it's a vague question. Which, yes. When you say I have my own personal journey and so forth, did you have that thought from the beginning of your birth? No. These are kind of philosophical understandings of life, that everybody has their own path and they should do it. You learn these things from people. No. How do you know that you have your own path? And how do you know that you will accomplish that through suffering? And even if you have a path, is it necessary to suffer to accomplish that path? Nobody wants suffering. That's the thing, you know. That's the key thing. Sometimes people speak in abstract, and for the moment that kind of philosophical kind of advice is good for you. But then, how do you know that we have already accomplished that path? How do you know that we are going to accomplish that path? What is the nature of that path? And what attribute do I have to accomplish that path? What is that path? Continuation of this life until death we know. We don't know what is going to happen while we are alive. We don't know what is going to happen after we are dead. Right? Whether our mind continues after that or not. Whether mind is an integral part of our brain or not. And so there are so many things that we don't know. And then we have these philosophers telling us you have a particular path and you have to fulfill that path. And that demands undergoing suffering. That is, to me, as a Buddhist philosopher, I have read all those kind of things, and if I have not debated for 22 years, I would have accepted them blindly. But now, how do you know that you have a path? What kind of path? What is the nature of that path? What are the prerequisites? What are the causes or conditions of that path that I have in me? It's clear that you have a body and mind. You want to keep your body healthy because you don't want to suffer. That's for sure. Nobody has to tell you that because it's experiential. You want to keep your mind healthy because you don't want mental pain. That's for sure. The pursuit of happiness, I feel, is the path of every ascension being. Now, in order to get that kind of mental and physical well-being, what we need to accomplish. Physically, because this is physical, if you're sick, you need medicine. If you are hungry, simply pray the Buddha will not do the trick. You need to get food, practically speaking. If you are sick, there are lots of good hospitals in America, so you go and see the doctor and they will do the thing. That is at the physical level. To ensure financial security, you simply can't think, oh, I have a path, whether I have money or not, I will tread that path. You can't say that, because you live practically in a modern world, and you need to earn, and you need to work. Nobody is going to pay you money without working, so you have to work, practically. Now mental confusion there, here and there. So you have to see whether that kind of thought is right or not. Whether that kind of thought is right or not. For example, what do you think inside this? There's some liquid there, I'm not lying. Whether this is water or tea. Obscured, you can't make it out. Now you come here and verify, and this is water. So this is water. Likewise, when you have thoughts about things, you have to see whether what you are thinking is proper or not. If you think that I'm not a monk, and now, or maybe he's married, or anything like that, now that thought that this is not a monk, and whether that a mistaken mind or non-mistaken is, you can verify. What kind of proof that I have monk? What kind of proof that I have to show that I'm actually a monk and not a lay person? And if you, so there are lots of investigations to see whether your thought is in the right direction or object of your thought. This is the focus of your thought. What is inside? If you think there is tea inside, there is not. So the thought that thinks there is tea inside is wrong, because if it's right, when you come closer, you look, there is no tea. So then you see, oh, I was mistaken. So that thought, that thinks there is tea inside, that's mistaken mind. So we have whole lots of things. Some of our thoughts are proper thoughts, some are improper. So likewise, when philosophers give you this kind of thought, you have to see what proof they have. So when we Buddhists say there is a concept of reincarnation and so forth, we have to look into evidence. Why do they say? Because you joined only in the afternoon, I guess. So, did I speak about reincarnation today? Yes, in the morning. So you are not able to listen to that. So the concept of reincarnation that we have, how valid that is, whether it makes sense or not. So even if it takes years, doesn't matter. You should be critical. In Buddhism, it's always how and why. You can always question. You should be critical. That's the position. 다음에 좀 처음이 세수입니다. 뒤에 아까서 살려수입니다. 가시 때문에 많이 뒤에 때문에 말해. A great Indian Buddhist scholar from Nalanda, ancient Indian, said, I do not consider Buddha Shakyamuni to be superior because he is my teacher. Neither do I consider other teachers as inferior because they are not my teacher. Whoever teaches the truth is my teacher. So you should be in the middle. You have your common senses, ear, nose, everything. And somebody says this is sweet, you look, it's sweet. Whether this is sweet or not, you look. Likewise, keep your eyes, everything open, and also mental consciousness. You are a modern educated lady, so you have your own education. So philosophers say this and that, but when they say you have a path, what kind of path is that? Path of what? Did you choose to be born in this form, with a particular parents, in a particular situation, in a particular house? No. We have no choice. That we remember. We have no choice. But then, like you know, we are in this kind of situation. Now you have to look, why am I in this kind of situation? And then, as you see people suffering and dying and like succeeding in life, failing in life, then you question, why are all this happening here? And then focus, how much of proof is there for that philosophy? How much is hypothesis or assumption? So sometimes these philosophies that are there are useful, but if a philosophy is foolproof, you should be able to boil them to things that you see and hear. From there you build reason to infer things that you don't see, and that also need to be validated. Right? Otherwise you are simply in the abstract. I can say, oh, you're not going to take breath at all. If I say that, simply because I'm a monk and a philosopher, if you believe me, you're wrong. Alright, so there are things like that. So you need a whole lot of investigation. Don't believe in these philosophers that easily, okay? They just need to write something attractive, and it sells, and they get paid, and they have a good life, that's all. Don't be lured into these philosophic complications. If it's a genuine philosophy, it should be verifiable. Okay? If it's a genuine philosophy, you can validate that, verify that. Unless there is no verification, it's just absent, empty promise. For the time being, it's okay. For example, there are some philosophers, particularly ancient Indian philosophers, non-Buddhists, who say there's some kind of permanent essence, primal essence, that it's within all of them, but they reflect different
differently. So we all look differently, but at the same time, there's something that unites. And that essence that unites us is permanent, and no difference from that perspective. In a way, that's quite similar to emptiness. They say it's permanent, but reflectively. But if it's permanent, why reflect it? And similar, why reflect differently? Two seeds of the complete same nature, same sites, provide the same nourishment. They appear similar. So same essence, permanent essence. Permanence means not conditioned by causes or factors, not impacted by conditions. So it itself, how would it reflect differently? Philosophy is not easy, so don't take things for granted, because philosophers want to write and they get reward, but then we have to verify. How do you prove that everybody has a different path? All right.
I have a proof.
Yes.
The very idea of karma, that defines a path for you, doesn't it? Be it a short term or long term. In definition, it's a path, or it's a pattern that you are going to go through for a short time or long time, until some guru walks in and enlightens you, or you get enlightened, or whatever. But that is a
good. Thank you. If there is a seed here, okay, let's say this is a seed. Having the seed, is there a guarantee that a plant is going to come from this seed? You burn this seed, plants will not come from this seed. Simply because there is a karma committed in your past life doesn't mean that the karma cannot be eliminated or burned off. Everything is circumstantial, subject to causes and condition. All right? When you say karma, it means simply action. Do not think of karma in terms of the understanding of destiny, as if everything is defined from the beginning. If you think of karma in that term, there is no difference between the concept of creation and the concept of karma. Everything is created by the God. Similar, everything is created by karma. In a way, yes. But if karma can never be changed, why is there enlightenment? If karma can never be changed, then what about free will? Does karma determine your will to think? No, you think freely. Right. So I feel like, for me, the understanding of karma in the context of free will is, if you lock this room, there is reasonable freedom there. Right? But then we're still in this room. The pain and pleasure there. But so long as we are in this room, we suffer. Right? Let's say, in samsara. So in a way, we are in this vicious circle of birth and aging and death due to karma. Karma triggered by delusions. But past karmas, when experienced, one particular karma, when experience ends, and another karma when experience ends. But for the karma to be triggered, it needs conditions. So civil man gave relation pinning mind so according to Buddhism, those who have eliminated the delusions because they have no attachment to nourish the karmic seeds which are already there, even if the karma is not burned, because the seed of karma are kept dry, they will not ripen because they are kept dry. So karma is not equal to a creation or destiny, because
mind can be changed. We completely reshape the way we view things. We completely change the perception of things and walk with our mind so as to reduce ignorance. And then you see, yes, this mindset, negative mindsets, they can be decreased. And then you see the possibility of complete elimination of ignorance. And if there is no ignorance, there is no attachment. And out of attachment and ignorance, or all these negative delusions, karmas are committed. So no committing of negative karmas. Of course, there will be deeds committed by compassion and wisdom. Those are not the karmas that entangle us in, or action that entangle us in samsara. Okay? So karma is not like creation by some kind of creator of which we have no control. Before they ripen, you can control them. You can eliminate them. And you can create new karma. Okay? Got it? Good question, thank you.
So we should interfere with that. If you decide that we should continue interfering in people's lives, that's or in other words, we should interfere with
Interfering is better. Interfering means it has a negative connotation, usually. Intervene is a better word. If it makes a difference in their well-being, why not? What's wrong with that? They should not be complaining because it's good for them. If I give this to you, this one, pass it to you, should you complain? Because this is sweet, this is good. No, I did it properly. You see, no, actually I meant you. So, thank you. You need another one?
He intercept.
Yeah.
Enabled.
So, he intervened, but aren't you grateful that he passed it to you? Yeah. So, some intervention is okay. Yes.
Following your question and also on the verse that you stopped.
Microphone. So
No? I thought out loud.
prosperity, we want to record you.
Who said I'm always loud?
That may be true.
Geshe, because we're talking about karma, and sometimes, just like you say, we have mistake thoughts or negative thoughts. But then after investigating, we found that it was a mistake. However, let's say we have a mistake thoughts against a Bodhisattva in disguise. After, let's say that person have negative thoughts and then they have strong remorse, they are able to stop the negative karma into blooming if it has not bloomed yet.
Yes.
Because in verse 35 it says that if we have negative thoughts towards such bodhisattva, then however number of moments that we give rise to that negative thoughts, we will go down for the same number of eons. So let's say that everyone makes mistakes because due to complications, and then they usually when we make mistake we found out we remorse. But against a bodhisattva, which is not advised to, but there's no way you would know because he's in disguise. So then how can one address that situation to alleviate what a negative action or a speech or thoughts they have contribute so that it can offset such negative?
Basically, whether it's against your enemy, so-called enemy, or friends or bodhisattva, Buddhas, there is no benefit in having any kind of negative thought against anybody. So that said, unconsciously or unknowingly, if you commit some kind of negative act, a karma or negative thought against somebody who is a Bodhisattva or a Buddha, but you are not aware of that, so how to purify that? How to... So just during purification, you have to imagine all kinds of negativities that you could have ever done. Not depending on your mental condition and the conditions of others that you see. You could have also been like that person. So you could have all kinds of negative thought against any sentient beings. So even if you don't know whether you had them in this life or not, but you definitely had them in your past lives. So throughout the 3 times, past, present, future, whatever kind of negative thoughts against any beings that I have, including the Buddhas, Bodhisattva and so forth, mentally visualize that, then I'd confess all of them in front of Buddhas, make a commitment not to repeat them again, or at least reduce them slowly. Because of habit, sometimes you are not able to commit instantly. So then sequentially you can practice slowly. When we say the 3 disciplines of training means making a mistake and then making sure that you make less and less mistake until you become perfect. That is training. Right? So when you purify your negativities, imagine that you have done everything bad. Even if you have not done them in this life, you could have done that. And there is nothing wrong in mentally imagining that you have done anything. There is no risk there. So you have to imagine all kinds of negative thoughts that you could have had ever. Okay? And then confess them, irrespective of whether you remember them. Okay. That's one thing. What's the other question?
That's why we have the balloon prayers every day that we have to...
Okay, as far as purifying the negativities associated with objects of refuge, such as Bodhisattvas on the exalted path, or beyond path of insight are concerned, they are the real refuge. Bodhisattvas on the lower path of preparation, preliminary, not out, in a way, we have to look up to them, but they are not refuge because they themselves have delusions, but we should have appreciation for them. So if it's in relation to the Bodhisattvas on the exalted path, beyond superior insight, beyond the path of insight or seeing, then you take refuge in them. If it's a negativity associated with supreme field of refuge, you take refuge in them to confess. Right? If the negativity is associated with sentient beings, ordinary sentient beings, you practice compassion towards them. Practicing compassion towards them does not necessarily need for you to be in a better position. They could be in a better position, they could be on the path. So your commitment is, because they are on this path of preparation, path of accumulation, my commitment is to make sure that they tread the path. Even if I'm lower than them, I still want to push them. Right? So sentient beings are of 2 types. Sentient beings who are refuge for us, or who are not refuge, could be in better position or inferior, whatever. So who are not refuge, you practice compassion with them. Who are refuge, you practice refuge in them. So that's the proper way of purifying negativities associated with Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva means not completely enlightened, on the path to enlightenment. When it comes to the Buddhas, you don't practice compassion on the Buddha. But they don't need compassion. They are not suffering. So you take refuge in them. Alright? And then commitment not to repeat them. Sometimes out of habit, you might, because of becoming habitual, we might make mistakes. But when you make a commitment, I'll improve, I'll minimize day by day, and eventually never do that. And remorse over the past negativity, when you have remorse, the best way to build remorse is to consider the karmic impact of that negative deed. Otherwise, the negative action might be something that you enjoyed. So you don't really regret that. So to regret that, you need to consider the negative consequences of that negative action. Alright? And then you don't want to suffer. So thinking of the suffering that is going to bring, even if the action of negativity is something not bad in the sense enjoyable from a samsaric perspective, still you can have remorse. Okay? So that's the way. And so commitment not to repeat, or at least minimize and eventually abandon that habit. And then remorse over what you have committed out of concern for the karmic consequences that you will suffer if you don't confess. And then refuge in the Supreme Beings, refuge and compassion for sentient beings who are not refuge objects. Alright? Put it. That's it. And preferably, if you have some kind of emptiness understanding of emptiness, then think of that Bodhisattva who have a emptiness nature of that Bodhisattva. That is also very strong in purifying your negativities. Easy? Okay? Good. Yes. Yes. Please, on.
Hello? All right. Thank you for the teachings these last 5 days. And so from this point onward, if we are to study and practice, so we have the stages PDF that you gave us, and then the preliminary, and then you said the two compassion meditations, and emptiness. Is that like summary of what we kind of learned and take away, like from today onward, to practice?
So you need to know the summary of what to take. The summary is that the life that we are living is not perfect. And in order to change that, you need to develop a thought that things are not okay. We have suffering. And then there is, and also kind of a promise, a respite from this suffering, that there is a possibility of enlightenment, complete elimination of suffering for me, because all the sufferings arise from ignorance. And ignorance is only a misunderstanding of reality. And reality of things are empty, meaning they are dependently originated, not independently existent. So ignorance is a mistaken mind from which other delusions like jealousy, hatred, anger arise. And because they arise, out of them we commit negative actions. In the past we committed, and we are also committing now. And the idea is to uproot the root from which suffering arises. So, and then if you consider that for yourself, that's renunciation. If you consider that for other sentient beings, and with compassion, if you practice, that's compassion, and aspire for enlightenment. Enlightenment means you wish to become Buddha, an aspiration to become Buddha. Enlightenment or Buddhahood, no difference. So that is the thing. We are not happy in just, we have sufferings, but don't worry, we have a remedy. The remedy is fear of emptiness, compassion. And what will happen from this is eventually, if you practice more and more, study more and more, you will get enlightened. Alright? And there is no more suffering, no more confusion. So that's the gist. Did you get it?
Yes.
That's yeah. So other questions? So kind of a dedication.
157, 158, 159, 160, long life prayers for the masters.
So please, you.
159.
159. Okay, 159. By the virtues collected at the three times, by myself and all sentient beings in samsara in nirvana, and by the innate root of virtue, may I and all sentient beings quickly attain and surpass perfect, complete, precious enlightenment. May the teachings of the great Tikkun, Ratnachari, who is omniscient, Lord of the Dharma, Master of interdependence, continue in increase through study, practice, contemplation, meditation until the end of samsara. For this realm encircled by snow-covered mountains, you are the source of every benefit and bliss without exception. Tenzin Gyatso, you who are one with Avalokiteshvara, may you remain steadfast until samsara's end. Embodiment of the three precious jewels, Ratnapani, who holds the teachings of the victorious one, seeing the all-witness meaning with the wisdom eye, may you, who are the spontaneously established activities, live long for hundreds of year kalpas. Noble Manjushri, the Lord of Speech, who manifests to hold the teachings of the Triple Gem, who raises the lamp of the sage's teaching, may you, who are the life of the Dharma, live long for hundreds of kalpas.
Next page.
The one known in the Holy Land as Ayadeva, emanated in the Gar clan of East Tibet, Chungba, the hard son of Jigten Sungen, may the life of glorious Gachin remain steadfast for 100 eons. In this age of strife, when the victor's teaches faces hardship, through his powerful Vajra-like conduct, he takes on himself the heavy responsibility of the unbiased teaching. May Gachin, the son of the teaching, live long. Alright, so I'm sorry we were not able to finish until the 5th.
It means that you will come back.
Yes, I'll come back. And
9 more weekends.
doesn't matter. Live long, I'll come.
So, yeah, thank you very much, Geshe, for your compassion and come to this temple for the first time and also bestow a very precious teaching. So we subsequently request you that you, whatever your schedule permitted, please come back.
Yes.
And this will be very beneficial, and hopefully we can arrange more events in the future. Yeah.
So I'm thinking of, not thinking actually, the time to come to Charlottesville in June. Although I'm going to come back in June, the date is not yet fixed. But it's definite, if I don't die and remain healthy, that I will come back. Thank you. Yeah.
at least 10 more eons.
So I'll come back and we'll discuss the date. I'm going to have a board meeting tomorrow over there, and probably I'll have such sense of the time there that I'm going to spend, and I'm sure that when I come, because UV, a department in UV is inviting me, so I can come back here.
So on the behalf of the Dungun Dhammasaya, we...
And just one thing, yes. Before that, I think I wanted to say this long before. I have friends here in Fairfax, my schoolmates, a lot of Tibetans that I've met during my last visit in this time. So they're all very happy for the reception that you have extended to the Tibetan community here for many years. And although I came here on my own in my personal capacity, I'm still from the Office of His Holiness, so I'm very grateful for the friendship that is blooming here. The Tibetan community and the Vietnamese and American community and all who are involved in Tukun Thamma. So I'm happy that you have a very good friendship with the Tibetan community, that you have been very kind and receptive. And so please continue with that. I'm grateful, and in future, if there's anything that I could do for you beside these teachings, I'd be happy.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, on behalf of Dungun Dhammasaya, we'd like to make a small token of gratitude. And normally say, actually, this, even though this is material, but it's a representative of gratitude and love. Yeah, so I appreciate it from the Dungun Dhammasaya.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, this way.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Me too.
Thank you, Geshe Ngawang. It was very, very good, very good. We look forward to the next time. Thank you so much.
Just a bit. What's your name?
I'm Shabi.
Shabi.
Yeah,
Okay.
Shabi.
You Vietnamese?
No, I'm Iranian.
Iranian?
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
nice.
But I meditate extensively.
Good, good.
Very interested in Buddhism. Thank you for your help. Appreciate it. Thank you. I hope your sore throat goes away.
Yeah.
Which one?